Because on this day.
No, it is not Will Arnett's birthday, nor did Will Arnett die, but I appreciate those comments. On this day, in 1963, in Stockholm, Sweden,
Yeah, sure.
Rolf Magnus Larsson.
Rolf?
You feeling okay, Carrie?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Rolf Magnus Larsson, better known as Joey Tempest.
Yes.
The lead singer and main songwriter
Of course, Joey Tempest.
Are you,
of
Carrie?
the rock band Europe.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
You're sure?
I just didn't care.
You didn't get enough sleep, probably, right?
I didn't.
Because you must be ill, because under any other circumstance, you would not have allowed her to talk you into that.
I just didn't care today.
Well, that certainly sets a fine tone.
It's his birthday. Why should
It's Carrie's birthday? I didn't know that.
It's Joey Tempest's birthday. Why?
Oh.
Please, Rolf.
You wouldn't. You know what? Rolf is a perfectly good rock star name, isn't it?
No.
It's no Joey Tempest.
No, it's Rolf or Joey Tempest. What do you think?
Joey Tempest is pretty out there.
Yeah. And deciding to name yourself Joey Tempest, I think, is also indicative of how crappy that song is. If you're going to name yourself Joey Tempest, you're going to do a crappy song.
It's funny how, I mean, that song, when it was released, it was a pretty big hit.
Oh, yeah.
But now that song, I mean, it was a big hit for like a month or two, and then everyone went, that really is a terrible song. It's a terrible, jokey song. And then it got repurposed
Oh, yeah.
in Arrested Development with Will Arnett and the Magic, that it has now become that.
Yeah.
That is what it is now.
I'm sure Joey Tempest has a large mansion in Sweden that he points to and says, see that? The final countdown.
That's also
Paid for that.
That's also why I will never have a large mansion anywhere.
Yeah.
Because I would go, well, that sucks. I don't want to be associated with that. I just, yeah. It makes me sad to hear that.
So, why would this make you sad?
Because it exists.
Don't be sad.
That song exists, and that makes me sad. And that we had to put it on the radio so some people would hear it makes me sad.
You know, English is not their first language,
They're Swedish.
the band. Which is why
No excuse.
they rhymed Venus with Sinus.
It rhymes, sort
It
of.
rhymes.
It does.
We're heading to Venus.
Yeah.
Venus, Venus.
No, that's a perfectly perfectly good rhyme. It's a stupid rhyme.
Well, maybe they've seen us, seen us.
Maybe they wrote it on Bad Poetry Day. You don't know.
Maybe.
You would think that your Italian friend Sisma.
Yes.
I'll bet that's one of his.
Marco?
I'll bet that's one of his favorite songs. He
I
and his mother.
actually bet
He
it is.
plays that, and he and his mother dance around the kitchen while the spaghetti sauce is boiling.
I'll bet he points to that song and says, Sima. I'm going to make it.
Someday.
You're not well, are you?
Going to make it.
Someday.
Sima.
Sisma, Sima.
Sisma. Yeah, I got it.
Sisma's mom?
Yeah. See, Smas.
Oh, that's an awful, 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 awful song.
Well, it's done now. It's over. You can let it go.
No, it's out there somewhere, just waiting to strike. It'll
Bill,
come
have
back
a sip
somewhere.
of your Mill Creek coffee. That'll make you feel.
Hey, break me off a piece of that Mill Creek coffee.
Give me a break.
Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that.
Football cream.
Off of that Mill Creek coffee. It's delicious.
Apple sauce.
We talked about Mill Creek coffee yesterday. We should talk about it again today, I
Sure.
suppose. Remember, they open early.
6:30.
6:30 now. They open early. And there, you say open where? What? They're down there on Main Street between 5th and 6th and 7th on Main Street. Mill Creek Coffee. It's it's not just coffee either.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. We ought to start having Mill Creek sandwiches in the morning.
I haven't been down to that location in ages. I pick up the Mill Creek coffee,
Last time I was
stores or
down there,
whatever.
I was having coffee and a sandwich with Steve Urquhart, who was talking to me about joining his Church of the Psychedelics.
Oh, how did that go?
How did what go? The conversation?
Bill didn't join the
You
church.
didn't join?
I have not I'm not a joiner, pretty much, Kara. You might have noticed it.
Yeah.
He's more of a dabbler.
I don't want to take something fun and turn it into a religion, i.e., psychedelics.
Because there's obligations with religion.
That's right. With no religion, I can just enjoy the ride.
Andrew says, I associate the final countdown with the Detroit Pistons. After they won their second NBA title in 1990, they had a special ceremony on TV. Countdown was the song they used to introduce the team.
Yeah.
It was a bad choice then.
Yep.
I was 12. It's stuck in my head.
It is. There is never a good reason to play that song, ever. Ever. And I think Will Arnett really highlighted that. Only someone as dense as that character,
As Job.
only someone as dense as that character would think here's a great song to use.
In his act.
Yeah.
It was a joke.
Yeah. Which again is why I'm ashamed that it was on here for how long was it? How long is that
It's
song?
let's see, it's 3:45.
Oh Lord. Seems much longer than that.
The
I'll bet
song
there's
has
an
wronged you in some way, Bill.
It's one of those songs that just set my teeth on edge. That and anything by ABBA.
Even Dancing Queen.
You
Yes.
anything but
Yeah.
so Mamma Mia, not for you then, I guess.
You think? Have you?
I'm
have
gonna
you ever-
guess. I'm gonna guess that he's never seen the movie.
You think?
I'm guessing.
Any version, any play, any
Never
no.
have, never will. I never see again. That's another. I just never. I don't get it.
You hate so many things. Isn't that exhausting?
Could be one of the reasons why you're so tired.
You hate so many things.
There are so many comments running through my head right now. I'm just not going to say any of them.
But just it seems like your default.
It's not my fault. It's my parents.
Okay.
They did it to me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
West of the Rockies. Call
Art Bell, that's
877-602-9696.
Again, you see,
East of the Rockies.
somebody like Art Bell. This is the opening thing for his show. That's why. You see,
877-602-9696. And now,
Art Bell.
here's Art Bell. Yes, caller. We have General Perdiddle on the phone. He'll be talking to us about what he saw
He saw it at Area 57.
and when he saw it.
I don't. Art Bell was amazing too because he himself never claimed to believe any of that stuff.
Yeah. And he never said that he did.
Yeah, he carefully made sure that he would never say he believed in aliens or
So what you're saying, General?
Yeah, I know many people. I'm going to put this nonsense out there.
General Perdiddle?
We needed a name.
He was he was from a long line of military perdiddles.
And you know that had to be a character. It had to be, right?
No, Art Bell or the general.
The general that would call in,
I think a lot of the time, I used to listen to it every once in a while. I think that they mostly they were real people who were crazy.
General Stillwell is on the phone. He's calling us from what he says is Area 51.
That's right, Art. I'm in Area 51 right now.
And you're saying that you're in Area 51
I'm
right now.
here in the Nevada desert, and I'm surrounded by these creatures.
These creatures, General, creatures,
Uh-huh.
have they communicated with you in any way?
Well, no, they're all dead. They're all dead. I took care of that.
Oh. So we didn't get a chance to try to communicate a message of friendship or peace.
No, I didn't. I was going to, but General Perdiddle is here as well, and from a long line of military pardiddles.
All right. Well, all right. Let's get this going and over with.
Yeah. 877-602-9696. General Pardiddle, if you're out there.
Call in.
We would like, I wonder where did that come from my mind? 877-602-9696. That's the number to call right now and check in with the Radio from Hell show. We would love to hear from you this morning. See if you're in another part of the room cowering under something because of listening to the final countdown. Come out, get on the phone and say, and we'll reassure you that everything is okay. 877-602-9696.
And now, let's try to beat Gina. It's the game show that even the living dead love to play. It's the kooky, ooky, and altogether spooky Halloween edition of our game. We have horror trivia galore all this month and fabulous prizes to get. It's a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, let's meet our host, the man who knows that when hell is full, the dead will walk the earth. When he's not hosting our game, he's out killing zombies. Kerry Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. How are things in the basement?
Oh, dusty.
Dust. How do you keep your pipes working so well in all that dust, Johnny?
I thrive on dust.
Oh, okay. The announcer anomaly, that is Johnny. All right. We, off the air, we tossed a coin to determine who would be our contestant, and we have decided that, well, the coin has decided, that is. Debbie is going to be our contestant for Beat Gina right now. Debbie, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Hi, Debbie. All right, Debbie, we're going to toss a coin again to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Debbie, heads or tails?
Heads, please.
Heads. All right. Coin toss app says tails. Uh-oh. That means Gina goes first. Okay. All right. So this is it. It's Night of the Living Dead trivia. Gina goes first. Debbie, this means that this question is solely for Gina. She gets to answer it without any interference from you, like Orange 45. Don't step in there.
Shut up, man. Don't make me say it, Debbie.
But if she gets it wrong, you get a chance to steal the point away by answering the question correctly. So pay attention, even though it's not your question. Gina.
Yes.
Oh, first person to 3 points wins. As she fled from the cemetery zombie,
Okay.
Barbara crashed the car that she and Johnny had arrived in. What did she hit? Was it A, a tree, B, a gas station, C, a popcorn stand, or D, Dennis Quaid's dignity?
I'm going to say a tree.
A tree is correct.
Yes.
It's 1-0 for Gina. Now, Debbie, you control the question, and we'll have a chance to tie the game. And, Debbie, we're having a little hard time hearing you. At least I am.
Yes.
Maybe you could step up to your phone a little more.
Okay, is that any better?
It's a little bit better, but speak up there. Debbie,
Okay.
where did Ben find his truck? Was it A, at the big Trucktober sales event? He saved a great deal of money on. B, Beekman's Diner. C, the Naughty Pine Cafe in Loa. Ask for Hazel. Or D, the Peach Pit Diner.
I'm going to go with B.
Beekman's Diner is correct.
That is correct. It's now tied 1-1. Gina's turn to try and answer a question.
Gina, which actor/actress played one of the Trapped Seven as well as one of the Living Dead? Was it A, Carl Hardman, B, Marilyn Monroe, C, Dame Judi Dench, because she can play anything, or D, Marilyn Eastman?
I'll go with D, Marilyn Eastman.
That is correct.
That was really difficult. It's 2-1. Debbie, now you have a chance to tie.
Debbie, what is Karen Cooper's single line of dialogue in the film? I hurt. That's A. B. MAGA. C. I turned myself into a pickle. I'm Pickle Karen. Or D. I can feel myself rot.
Oh. D.
I can feel myself rot? Good
Yes.
guess, but incorrect. I'm sorry. Gina?
Well, then it would have to be, as much as I want it to be, Pickle
Really?
Karen.
You're going to win. You're going to win, you know, if you get this right, Gina. And we
keep
won't
going
have any
for a
more of
minute?
these. We won't have any more of these fabulous questions.
Oh, okay, you turned me Pickle Karen. That's my answer.
Oh,
No.
Gina, that's incorrect. It's I
Oh.
hurt. Okay.
But you still control the question. I believe that was the steal, so you still.
Okay.
Yeah,
Control
that was
the
the steal,
question,
so
yes.
now this is your question. You control it. Gina, what does Ben use to keep the undead at bay? Is it A, that new Vin Diesel record? Have you heard it?
Yeah.
B, fire. C, circles of salt on the ground. Or D, an apple a day. Keeps the zombies away. That's the old saying, right?
That's what I heard. Yeah. I don't know. Do we need to stretch this out anymore, or should I just put a stake in it?
Yeah, we can just...
Okay. That would be torches. That would be fire.
Fire. There we go. You
Gina
are the winner,
wins
Gina.
the game.
Oh,
Fabulous.
Gina, way to go.
Yeah, way to go, Gina. That was
It's
brilliant.
all good. It's all good.
Debbie, you were a good sport. Would you like the promise of someday getting a Radio from Hell tote bag?
Yes, I would. Yes,
Okay.
I would.
Okay.
Hang on the line. We'll get your information, and someday someone will contact you about how to get it.
Sandwiches and cars.
Mm-hmm. That was the
I like that.
the saving grace of that bit.
Well, it sounds like
Where he said sandwiches and cars.
it really sounds like Whoopi Goldberg.
It's Hannibal, isn't it?
Hannibal Buress.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sandwiches and cars.
And buy sandwiches and cars.
Nice. All right. So what time is it?
I have 622 over here.
Perfect. Perfect. Now, people are still probably cowering under their couches and bed covers and so forth because of the final countdown. And that's why no one's calling yet to check in at 877-602-9696. Or perhaps prove me wrong that that choice of song did not just drive our audience away entirely.
Can I entice you to come out and call with the Radio from Hell tote bag? We
Yeah.
can give somebody
Ooh.
one of those, a random checker inner.
I bet we could give everybody who calls that we put on the radio a tote bag. I bet, like 3 or 4 people even. 877-602-9696. Check in, but let's begin the show officially first.
Katrubis Dodge is now Young Dodge Layton. New name, same great service and selection of vehicles. See the selection online at Young Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com. Think Young, think Layton.
We're going to have a full moon tomorrow, I believe, Kerry. No, I'm sorry, I misread that. It's Sunday. Yeah.
Will we be able to see it is the question.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
89.0% of full right now. The moon will rise today at 7 p.m. Today being Thursday. It's the 19th day of August in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. 7 weeks now, 45 days, we have been broadcasting here in the studio in downtown Salt Lake, not hiding not hiding from that virus, but daring it to. I better not say.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going.
It's National Potato Day today.
Potato?
Potato. It's one of the most versatile tubers, foodstuffs in the world.
I love a potato.
Well, you could have a baked potato.
Mhm.
You could have mashed potatoes, fried potatoes,
Mhm.
French fried potatoes. You could have scalloped potatoes. You could have funeral potatoes. There's versatile. The wonderful, the incredible edible potato. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Radio. Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. Gina Barberi right over there. Right behind me, Katie for short is our producer in the booth.
Mm-hmm.
And Miriam is in there probably.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a new person who I think we're going to meet tomorrow, a new addition to the,
All right.
the staff here.
Well, as soon as a free tote bag was floated,
of course.
boy, then that's where their loyalty is.
Listen,
Free stuff?
I think we owe it to them because of the final countdown.
Well, we'll start with Allison Sabo.
Allison, good morning. Hang up on her now.
No.
Oh wait, stop! My bad.
Yeah.
No, there are worse songs in the final countdown. I will give it that.
Name one.
Oh, let me find it, and I will
See.
tag Carrie on Facebook. It's just so early, and
No.
I was enticed by the tote bag, but
Mhm.
I still need to come pick up mine that I won during the pandemic.
Oh.
But now we're
Well.
like in pandemic again,
Mhm.
and
Well, yeah, but we don't care about the pandemic this time. We have a person
No,
out
not this
front.
time.
We have a person
Yeah.
out
Yeah.
front, so
We know of
I don't
Right.
know why
Yeah.
it's different.
So,
Yeah.
I got to speak with my therapist yesterday. So I'm a veteran, and I got to speak with my therapist yesterday about everything that went down over in Afghanistan
Oh,
over
yeah.
the last week, and I just wanted to remind myself and remind the fellow listeners at home that you three were the ones that kind of kept me sane while I was over there. I would listen to you guys in the evenings because of the time difference, but I would listen to Radio from Hell as I was getting ready for bed, and it reminded me that Salt Lake City still existed and I had a home here.
Oh.
Thank you,
Well,
Allison.
I'm
You can
glad,
take us with you wherever you go.
glad we could help.
Yep.
Mm.
And clearly this radio show will only work in Salt Lake and it won't work anywhere else.
Clearly.
So,
Clearly.
All right, Allison, enjoy. Have a potato today. It'll make you feel better.
nope.
Now we
Potatoes are gross.
we have Allison's info for the tote bag.
Yeah,
and
we're
everything?
good.
We're covered.
All right,
Okay. All right.
thanks,
Thank you, Allison.
All right.
All right. Bye bye. We'll go to Alana.
Alana,
Or is it
hi.
Elena?
Elena.
Elena, good morning.
You should buy a vowel and put an extra one in there.
Yeah, if you
because,
put an I in
Right,
there.
3 A's is not enough.
well, I mean,
Put an I in
how much
there.
is a vowel? How much are they?
It also has an I in there.
Oh, it wasn't typed correctly.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So, Elena,
Elena.
what's up with you today?
Just checking in, see if you guys are still alive.
We are.
Barely.
We are all here.
Yeah.
Barely, Carrie.
Barely.
Are you excited about the fact that it's National Potato Day today?
Sure.
How about whipped potatoes? You could have some whipped potatoes.
Sweet potatoes would be the
Oh.
choice.
Oh, let's not. Come on, no.
Are they included in the potato day?
Well, it just says Potato Day. I'm thinking that's just your good old russet.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking, but I don't know.
All right. Well, thank you.
Elena?
Elena, have we got Elena's information for? We'll put you on hold and we'll get it. Okay.
Sweet. Thank
Hang
you.
on. There we go.
Welcome.
Now let's go to Michael.
Hello, Michael.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. You called because you would like a tote bag.
Oh, yeah. No, I've never called you guys before, but I listen, and I'm always just too busy,
Oh.
except for this morning.
Well, we're going to get you a tote bag. You know, you could put a 10-pound bag of potatoes in a Radio from
That's
Hell
how
tote
big
bag.
it is.
It's that big.
Mm.
And it's sturdy
So
enough.
60 pounds. I'm from Idaho.
Are you? No, 60 pounds, no. But I
Yeah.
would say 10, maybe, 10.
Pretty good size.
Yeah, 10 pounds of potatoes. Are you from a potato-growing family?
No, we didn't touch it. They're too volatile. Sometimes farmers make money, sometimes they lose money.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know potatoes were a volatile.
I always thought there was the dependable potato.
I always thought that farming was just you make money hand over fist no matter what.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right.
No, you don't make money from farming until you retire.
Oh.
That's what I've learned.
And then subdivide the land.
That's what happened here.
Yeah.
Michael, thank you. Hang on, and we'll get your information for your tote bag. All right? Thank you so much. Traffic chief.
Let's see if the weather is affecting traffic this morning because roads are still wet. We've got, let's see, a crash at the ramp southbound I-15, 114 South, milepost 293. It is off to the right shoulder. Crash southbound I-15, milepost 355. This is in Box Elder. That is off to the left shoulder. And a crash southbound I-15. This is just prior to the Bangor Highway. The left lane is closed there. Crash westbound 35th South, 36 West in West Valley. And looks like that's it. If you see anything, make sure it's safe for you to text if you're going to send it in. But we would love to hear from you. 33986. If you want a better deal, go see Strong. Strong Volkswagen. Want a lifetime warranty? Go see Strong. Car wash is no charge. Go see Strong. Get details and unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Big boy news and a Pinuendo next. Stand by. Zero res. You probably got muddy floors.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. After the Adidas Cup, Mohammed came home with his cleats, with mud in the cleats.
Yep.
That
And
means dirty carpet.
You won't let your dog off the tile, but he can walk on the carpet with the cleats?
Well, he shouldn't. And
Not very well trained.
the dog, though, not talking about mud, though, actually. When you have pets, you have pet messes and pet smells and zero res pet treatment. They have a special process that's designed not just to clean up what you can see, but remove the odors that you can't.
Schedule your carpet cleaning today with Zero Res. You'll pay just $33 per room, get a fourth room for free, plus $50 off any pet or Mohammed treatment. Call 801-2880. That's 288-9376. Or you can you can schedule it online, ZeroResSaltLake.com, ZeroResDavisWeber.com. Get your carpets cleaned today.
So when is Seymour coming?
Well, he said he'd be here now. He says he's got some real good stuff for us, stuff that's going to make us some dough.
None of his ideas have panned out so far. You said hiring a personal manager to get us some outside projects would be a good thing.
I know.
You said that we'd start making some extra money.
I know.
Nothing so far, partner. Nil. Nothing. We haven't seen a dime.
Well, Seymour says we're too picky. Says we have to bend a little bit. That's got to be him. Come on in, Seymour.
Hey, that's pretty good. How did you know it was me?
Well, you said you'd be here at this time, and no one else ever visits us.
Yeah, and I could smell your Aqua Velva through the door.
Ah, powerful, ain't it? I love Aqua Velva.
So, Seymour, what kind of stuff have you got for us?
Well, first off, let me tell you, everybody wants a piece of your asses. Radio from Hell is hot right now. Hot! It's positively volcanic. Now, I can get you two volcanic gods a personal appearance fee to MC the grand opening of a new artificial limb store at a strip mall in downtown Nephi.
How much? How much money?
Well, no money. I got you trade for this one. You guys can take your pick of any partial orthopedic appliance you like. If you need full limbs, they want to charge you a little, like cost or something.
Well, I think I can speak for Bill when I say we pass.
Carrie, could we just put this one on hold? I need to speak with Aunt Esther and see if Uncle Clyde's hook is still busted.
All right, that's a maybe. I'll put this one on the maybe pile. Okay, here's the next offer. A big pharmaceutical concern in Santaquin.
Utah?
Yeah, Utah. This pharmaceutical company has a brand new hemorrhoid ointment, and they want you boys to be the spokesman. Now, before you say anything, just listen to some ad copy I was formulating in my head as I rode over here on the bus. Hi, we're Carrie and Bill, and being DJs, we spend most of the day sitting on our asses. Boy, do we know about hemorrhoids. Something, 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 vamp, vamp, vamp. So get rid of your hemorrhoids right away with Roid Away.
Roid Away?
Let me guess. No money for this one either? I think I speak for Bill when I say we will not endorse Roid Away for trade. Tell Roid Away to take their proposal and shove it up there.
No, hold on, Carrie. I've been kind of inflamed lately.
It's on the maybe pile. Here's the next deal. The Mighty Morphin Hell Rangers. You two can morph from yourselves into these guys wearing tight leather outfits and football helmets.
Absolutely not. Look at Bill's gut. Do we want our fans to see that gut in tight leather? I think I speak for Bill when I say...
Wait, Carrie. Hey, Seymour, is it pink leather? I just love pink leather.
On the maybe pile. Finally this. You guys know them little Looney Tune kids cartoons, Teeny Toons or whatever?
Yeah.
Very popular. Little Bobby? Huge. Muppet Babies? The biggest. Well, picture this. Carrie and Bill cartoons with the two of you as little baby DJs, getting into all kinds of radio adventures at a grown-ups radio station. It's called Hell Babies. What do you say?
I want to turn this down, but before I do, let me ask Bill. What do you think?
Seymour, would only my cartoon wear a diaper, or could I get to really wear a diaper sometimes?
On the maybe pile.
Maybe pile, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
36. Beat Gina coming up at 7 o'clock. Friends trivia.
And I believe we have...
Now, is that just
the TV show
acquaintances or
the TV show
Okay,
Friends?
okay, all right.
What do we? Oh, we got Beer Fest tickets to give away.
I believe we do.
Yes. So that's because it's Matthew Perry's birthday. Now, this Friends trivia is easy because both Katie and I know nothing about the show.
Well,
so,
then, perfect people to come up with questions.
Okay.
It's easy trivia.
All right.
Easy trivia. All right. But right now, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Katrubis Dodge is now Young Dodge Layton. New name, same great service, selection of vehicles. See selection online at Young Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com. Think Young, think Layton.
Now, I don't know as either of you watch Ted Lasso.
You know, we let our Apple TV expire, and so I haven't been able to watch it.
Well, it's a wonderful. It's just a wonderful show.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a moment on Ted Lasso recently. Now it's Jason Sudeikis, and he plays an American football coach. I think high school football coach, who was hired by an English soccer team to coach soccer. He knows nothing about soccer.
Different football.
The reason he is hired by this woman owns the team. She got the team in a divorce with her husband, and she wants. The team is her ex-husband's pride and joy, and she wants to ruin the team.
Got it.
So she hires this guy, Ted Lasso, to come over from America and coach.
Okay.
And it turns out that Mr. Lasso is just a wonderful human being.
Okay.
He's just a sweet guy, and Jason Sudeikis just radiates this charm and sweetness. Just to the background for this. There's a clip in the new season where the club owner, Rebecca Welton, played by this magnificent woman. She looks like a gigantic, beautiful battleship when she walks.
Like a battleship?
Walks around the halls.
That doesn't sound okay.
Oh, she's just wonderful. She's an imposing presence. Anyway, she asked Ted Lasso, "Ted, what do you say to a cocktail?" To which Ted Lasso replies, The same thing I'd say to Diane Sawyer if she ever asked me out on a date. Yes, please.
That's so random.
It's, well, is it?
Why?
Because Diane Sawyer,
Isn't she married?
I think she was married to, what's his name, who died, the director.
I don't know.
Anyway.
So Diane Sawyer has been kind of in isolation.
Yeah.
For a while. You
Honestly,
haven't seen her.
honestly, I thought she was dead.
Yeah, you haven't seen her. She hasn't really said anything publicly until she heard that. And she clearly loved it because she responded, I think she tweeted, "Dear Ted, you've got me more on my heels than Lady Gaga at the Met Gala."
Wow.
Excuse me. She said, "Dear Ted Lasso, I'm in. It's your move. If you want to date me, date me." To which Ted Lasso responded, "Oh my, you've got me more on my heels than Lady Gaga at the Met Gala. Any chance you like biscuits?" Because Ted makes biscuits for people. Anyway, it's a wonderful show. You should really check it out.
Apparently, he's the Wichita State College coach.
Yeah, just a real minor.
And Diane Sawyer was married to Mike Nichols.
Mike Nichols, that's who I was trying to.
There, now we cleared all that up.
Yeah, thank you. And just a really remarkable looking woman, if you think back. I don't know what she's doing these days. It says here she's been just kind of in isolation, and nobody's heard much out of her for a long time. It seems like Alan Dershowitz. I don't know. You know, he's a famous guy and was at one time a
respected,
very respected lawyer. And now he's getting in old guy slap fights in the grocery store. This time with Larry David.
Well, he's an Epstein guy.
I'll talk about that in a second. A Page Six spy spotted a Harvard law professor who was, a fully paid up member of the Democratic Party at one time, bumping into each other in a convenience store. And Alan Dershowitz, people are overhearing this and say, "Larry, we can still talk." To which Larry David said, No, we really can't. I saw you with your arm around Mike Pompeo. It's disgusting. Dershowitz said, "Well, he's my former student at Harvard Law. I greet all of my former students that way. I can't greet my former students. It's disgusting." and all of a sudden, Larry David is just screaming at Alan Dershowitz, and Dershowitz starts screaming back. I wish I had been there to see it.
Yeah. It sounds like an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm,
It does.
but for real.
Because I would have grabbed Dershowitz's arms and held his arms while Larry went at him.
I would have, you know what I would have? I would have crawled on my hands and knees behind Dershowitz so that I forget what that move is called. So that's
very dangerous, by the way.
When Jeffrey Epstein found out in 2005 that he was being investigated by police for the sexual abuse of underage girls, you know, Jeffrey Epstein, who died by suicide?
Nope.
Huh?
No way.
Oh, no. He called Alan Dershowitz.
Of course he did.
Because Alan Dershowitz was a buddy of his. Harvard Law School professor, high-profile defense lawyer. Dershowitz helped negotiate his non-prosecution agreement under which Epstein served 13 months in a county jail, which really was, most of it was work release, and he went to his office. And Dershowitz has also been accused of and continues to vehemently deny also availing himself of Epstein's services.
Yep.
Epstein providing underage girls to Alan Dershowitz. That's the allegation.
I don't like massages. Everybody knows that.
That's right.
One of his defenses. It's well documented that I don't like massages.
U.S. COVID-19 hospitalization rates have now hit record highs for all ages and groups.
Oh, boy. Who could have seen this coming?
Under the age of 50. The most affected groups are people aged 30 to 39, children under 18 as well. Hospitalizations for both of these groups are 30% above their previous peak, according to the CDC. Overall, hospitalization numbers are climbing, but are still below the U.S. worst pandemic moments this past January. However, at this rate, experts predict we could surpass even those grim statistics within a month. The Biden administration has announced that COVID-19 vaccine booster shots will be offered to eligible Americans beginning September 20th, subject to authorization from the FDA. And while those shots will apply to the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, they're still not sure about the Johnson & Johnson. Here in Utah, 1,488 new COVID cases Wednesday, 12 more deaths. Child hospitalizations here in Utah are not at the present time spiking, but national trends would suggest that they may very well.
But school just either started or is starting the next week or so.
Yeah, so we'll see how that pans out in the next couple of weeks.
We're going to have Mayor Erin Mendenhall on the show today. Talk about the Salt Lake City mask mandate.
Now, severe weather.
Wow.
Man, it has been, I haven't seen rain like that in Utah for a long time. Nearly all of Utah is experiencing. Nearly the entire state had that kind of
I kept going down in the basement yesterday because I was sure it was flooding. Because I'd watch it come down outside and I'd be like, there's no way this isn't filling up my basement.
And this does not fix the drought, by the way. So you know.
So there, Pole Canyon Road in Santaquin has been closed because of flooding. I-215 up by Mill Creek was closed because of flooding.
That's the 33rd South.
Oh, wow.
Overpass there.
If you go to x96.com/live.
That's the one I take to get to the Smiths there.
So the overpass was okay. It was down below.
The underpass.
Yeah.
Garfield and Wayne counties are under flash flood, or were under flash flood watch. There's been more flooding in Cedar City and surrounding area. But, you know, there's still smoke in the air.
That was the thing.
It's not gone.
Last night, I'm watching the rain from inside the house, and I see the you know, these it's like fog all around me, and I'm like, oh, I love this weather. It's like Portland or something. I'm going to go out and taste the air. And no, it was smoke.
No.
It was all just smoke. It was not.
Which is weird. You would think it would clear it out, but it does not.
Jason Chaffetz. It is likely that he will challenge Mitt Romney in 2024. At least according to Robert Gerke, our friend Robert Gerke.
So, Jason, you shortly after you won your election for Congress, you decided you did not want to represent the people of Utah anymore, and you quit.
Where is he? I don't. You seem to be talking right to him.
X96.com/live.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
You quit. You did not want to represent. You wanted, and because that big show on Fox hasn't panned out, now you want to represent people again?
Quickly, Miriam, that's a picture of a weasel. That's not Jason Chaffetz.
What's your point, Gina?
I don't know, stock photo or something.
I don't understand. What's your point?
I would just like people to know you shouldn't vote for this person that quit.
But they do know, and it will make no difference.
It will make no difference. He will get elected because Mitt isn't conservative enough.
Well, and I don't think Mitt Romney's going to.
You think he's tired?
Yeah. What is he, 78 or 75?
No. Yeah.
I don't think.
Not that old, is he?
Oh, yeah. I don't think he'll run again.
No.
Yeah, he's in his 70s.
He's 74.
74.
Jason Chaffetz, if he challenges Mitt Romney or whoever is there, there's your next senator.
Yeah, because Mitt isn't conservative enough.
And Gina, just bad news for you, and then I'll close with this.
That last story was bad news.
Oh, not as bad as this.
Oh. What?
Some 45 outlets of Nando's chicken have had to be closed across England, Scotland, and Wales.
This is bad news for my daughter.
Nando's told CNN Business on Wednesday the company has dispatched some of its employees to suppliers they don't have enough chicken.
That's what they do is chicken.
And there's not enough chicken to supply all of their outlets. They are suffering because there's not enough chicken, and they're also part of the problem. They're part of the reason there isn't enough chicken. They don't need 45 outlets.
Oh yeah, they do. You want them on every corner.
Anyway, they're closing down because not enough chicken.
Sports weather traffic.
Lionel Messi is worth so much money. This is soccer, Carrie.
Okay.
So much money. Even his boogers come with a hefty price tag.
Now, if I'd done that,
A tissue he allegedly used earlier this month, and there's a picture of him wiping his nose. A tissue he used is for sale.
Look what I have right here.
For a staggering
It's a tissue I've been using.
$1 million.
I'll let this go for $5. I've been using
According to multiple reports, the person who snagged the tissue that Messi used during his Barcelona farewell press conference, so it wasn't just to wipe his nose, it was to wipe back his tears, now has listed it on an international auction site for $1 million. The seller claims the tissue contains, quote, genetic material related
How
to
much is
Messi,
that again?
We could clone him.
and therefore you could clone. That's that should be worth more than $1 million if you could make a whole new
How much was that again?
$1 million.
$1 million?
Yeah.
I'll let. Here's a tissue I've been using this morning right here. $5. $5.
$5.
There's
That's
genetic material there.
that you could clone Bill. You could make a whole other Bill.
Nobody wants to do that.
No. Weather. So, more chance for heavy rain today. Now, mostly the further south you go, there's all kinds of flash flood warnings and alerts. Cedar City, Zion, all the way down into Washington County, all that area of the state, flash flood warnings. Up here, not so much the flooding, but we could still have heavy rain today and thunderstorms, about a 50% chance. Mostly this morning, early afternoon, should taper off by this evening, it looks like, and much cooler. It's 51 right now. Isn't that nice? Only going to have a high today of 66. Traffic, so that rain may be affecting your commute. There are still some wet roads out there, and people forget how to drive. Please make sure you got your lights on, by the way. I know right now it's kind of dark, but even as the sun comes up, make sure you drive with your lights on so folks can see you. Got a crash 100 north, 225 west. That's down to Nephi. Let's see. That's about it so far this morning, and no one sent anything in via text. But if you do see something and pass it along, I will let friends of the program know what you're seeing out there. Just make sure it's safe for you to text 33986. Need to sell your car? Tim Daly Auto Group has a dedicated team of 7 that buys cars at Tim Daly Ford, Infinity, and all 3 Tim Daly Nissan locations.
All right. You might want to line up to beat Gina. It's easy Friends trivia. Friends, the situation comedy. Because it's Matthew Perry's birthday is why.
And we have Beer Fest tickets to give away.
Yes, for this weekend. So 877-602-9696, line up to beat Gina. Geek News Now brought to you by.
It's a great time to be a geek in Utah. Dr. Volts and the Nerd Store have joined forces. Comics, collectibles, action figures, and more. The Nerd Store and Dr. Volts.
Thank you. All right. Some Disney Plus news here now, real quick, because, well, I'm thoroughly enjoying what I call What If Wednesday on Disney Plus, because that's when they drop the new episodes of What If. I'm really enjoying that. But here is something very interesting and different for you. On Disney Plus, we got a trailer for a cartoon series that we knew was coming called Star Wars Visions. And we heard that it was going to be an anime. Mm-hmm. Well, they gave us a trailer. And here's the surprising thing.
偉大な戦士がこの星にやってきて、うちの祖先がこの宝刀を託される。その刀は常に全力で支え合う。そいつはお前のもんじゃ。
Now,
I'm not understanding a word of that.
Well, exactly. Here's the thing about this series. It is a Star Wars series. I mean, there's lightsabers, there's Jedis, there's all of that stuff there. Some characters you may recognize, most you won't. But this trailer is 2 minutes long, and it's all in anime. It's made in Japan. And Disney Plus is going to give you a choice. You can watch it with English subtitles in Japanese, or you can listen to the English dub. The English dub cast of the series is announced. Here are the names: Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Bobby Moynihan, Tamura Morrison, Shelby Young, Simu Liu, Masaoka, David Harbour, Henry Golding. I mean, George
Really?
Takei. Huge
Wow.
names, you know. But there are seven different Japanese anime studios have put together these cartoons, these shorts. It says their stories showcase the full spectrum of bold storytelling found across Japanese animation, each told with a freshness and voice that expands our understanding of what a Star Wars story can be, and celebrates a galaxy that is such an inspiration to so many other visionary storytellers. So you get to choose on Disney Plus September 22nd what version you want to watch. I think I will watch the Japanese with the subtitles myself. That just looks interesting. We got some news late yesterday that the rumors are true that Anthony Mackie has signed a deal to star in his very own Marvel movie. It does not have a title right now. It's under the working title of Captain America 4. Because if you watch the Disney Plus series, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, at the end, he becomes Captain America. So what this movie is going to be, we don't know. We just know that he is going to be playing Captain America in that. So there's that news. So AMC, the home of Walking Dead, appears to me to be abandoning zombies and embracing vampires. Because we got news earlier this week that they're doing Interview with a Vampire, the series. Right. Sam Reed as Lestat. Now they're doing another Anne Rice book, the Mayfair Witches series.
Okay.
And they're going to adapt that into a TV series as well. So that's AMC spending their money on vampires as opposed to zombies. And finally, the live-action Powerpuff Girls series that we talked about.
Yes.
They made a pilot.
Okay.
They got to look at the pilot and said, we're not interested in that.
This is not good.
They said, all right, we'll go back and try again because we like the idea of a live-action Powerpuff Girls series, but go back and try again. Well, Chloe Bennett has decided that she doesn't want to play, so she's out.
Now, would they have a live, what is it, a monkey, right? For
Mojo Jojo.
Mojo Jojo.
Yeah, is
they have a real monkey?
No, it's a guy who's going to be like his son or something like that. I don't know what it was, but you don't have to worry about that because that's not going to happen. But Chloe Bennett is officially out now. She said, enough of this nonsense.
I'm moving on.
And good for her, I say. All right. Traffic, Gina, a little bit?
No accidents to tell you about. I'll just take this opportunity to remind you that especially when we've got rainy conditions, to slow down if there's standing water and turn your lights on even when it is light outside so we can see you. If you see something, you can text us, only if it's safe for you to do that, though, 33986. Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
All right, so we've got Beat Gina in our next break. Stand by for that. BigOTires.com.
Well, Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Well, you needed some good tires yesterday driving in that rain.
Yeah, and they're having this anniversary sale, and the Big O brand tires are terrific, and you can get up to $150 off the very special Big O tires.
Now, that's a good price for a tire, of course, but buying tires can catch you off guard sometimes, can be expensive sometimes. You're not an expense you weren't planning on. That's why Big O offers no credit needed financing. So no matter your budget, no matter your situation, they have financing that can be tailored for you.
And Big O is more than just tires. You can go in for oil changes, alignments, brakes, shocks, struts, batteries, more. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Get to know your local Big O Tire store, if you would, please. And there's surely one near you, 42-plus locations all along the Wasatch Front. You can find a Big O Tire store by going to bigotires.com.
I will read it to you.
It looks to be typewritten.
Yes.
Wow.
Typewritten, actual letter dated the 9th of October.
Nice.
You're a lucky girl.
Don't you wish you got more letters?
Oh, you bet.
Actual letters?
I sure do. The only thing that could make that
Email
better...
doesn't sound like this.
The only thing that could make that better is if that had been handwritten.
That's true.
Oh, that would have been really special.
Gina, I would ask you to think about a time before cell phones, blogs, Facebooks, and Twittering.
Back a time when people actually wrote letters.
A simpler time.
Yeah.
We raised our kids in the physical world.
Yeah.
We threw our money away on frivolously silly things. We pursued tangible hobbies, or at least had fun playing. We traveled where we wanted to, when we wanted to. The world was ours for the taking. And we had meaningful conversations with people who were important to us, either face-to-face or on the telephone.
Is this from your first boyfriend?
No. Those people, if they judged us at all, were polite enough to do so in a way that led to improvement.
Okay.
What has changed? Nothing, of course, but the perception is now that we have to record or display every aspect of our lives and activities and do it as quickly as possible.
Twitter.
Does it really matter if you learn that someone took her kids to the park last Tuesday? No. Are a million meaningless opinions any better than a few well-considered ones? No. Must you change your life to fit into the false standard propagated by people you don't even know?
No.
Of course not. The most dangerous trap to fall into is trying to be someone you're not, for whatever reason. For the love of all things irrational, Gina, just be yourself. It's what makes life worth living.
Stop twittering.
Sincerely, Martin Noonzert. P.S. Your bio on the X96 website is not up to date.
As I like to say, any clod can have the facts, but having an opinion is an art.
I guess I need to update my bio.
You know, you should scan that letter and put it on our website.
Yeah.
I should blog and Twitter about this letter.
Tweet.
A blog and Twitter.
Tweet. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. If you use Twitter, you tweet.
You tweet.
Why can't I Twitter it?
That's something that you should do in the privacy of your own bedroom.
Okay.
It's true.
When your husband's out of town.
Some more letters. I want more actual letters sent through the mail.
Well, give your address.
515 South 7th East, Suite 1C, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84102.
If they're handwritten, it's even better. Or even better, if they're words cut out of magazines and pasted onto it. That's great.
Let me just say this to people writing letters to Gina. You may write them. You won't get them. She will.
No.
You're not going to take the time to return them.
No.
Yeah, email's a lot easier to answer. And
Yeah. But go ahead, send her letters. Try not to use words like nonplussed. Okay.
I know nonplussed.
Now you. I was so nervous to talk about it, Robin. I mean, they're so secretive, those two.
Oh, I know, Howard.
The only reason I knew was because I'd been asked to. They asked me to make a speech.
They did what?
Yeah, they asked me to make a speech, Robin.
Oh.
Evidently, I'm in demand. I mean, I'm very friendly with Justin, you know. I mean, I like him very much. I like him.
Well, I knew that you had his phone number.
Well, I really like him. I even said in my speech to them that if one of my daughters brought home a guy like Justin, I'd be pretty pleased. I mean, except for the SE tattoos. He's got some hugging weird ones, but except for the fact that I gave him a journal to draw in, and he draws pictures of dead zombie babies with blood dripping out of their head on almost every page. I said those two things might disturb me, but aside from that, Robin.
You said all these things at the wedding?
No, I didn't say those in the speech. I was miserable at having to speak at the couple's reception.
But you should have been honored, Howard.
Well, I was just worried about it, but I had everybody laughing. Everybody was laughing. They had these little tiny chairs. There was a table, and then when you sit down, and the chairs are like these little poofs. These little pillow poofs.
Oh, I love those kind of chairs.
Yeah, I know you do, Robin. That's because you got a big ass.
Oh, Howard.
But I love your ass, Robin. It's a big wide ass, and I know you like those.
Let's get back to the wedding,
all right,
Howard,
all
not
right.
my ass.
Well, I'm 6 foot hugging feet. I'm a grown man with a skinny ass, Robin. I got a skinny ass, not a big wide ass like your ass.
Back to the wedding.
All right.
Did you at least toast the cup? Oh, this is going.
I love the Howard Stern show, by the way.
Sorry, Johnny, having a little issue here.
That's all right, Gary. It's time now for Beat Gina, a game originally created to get Gina Barberi more involved in the Radio from Hell show. Well, that goal was sadly not achieved. We have been left with a way to give away fabulous prizes to deserving contestants who are brave enough to match wit with La Barberi. And now, here's your host. Wardrobe provided by Botany 500. Yes, Botany 500, a game show host staple. They have clothed the finest game show hosts of all time. Monty Hall from Let's Make a Deal.
Yeah.
Bob Barker from The Price is Right. Jack Berry on Joker's Wild. Wink Martindale on Tic-Tac-Toe. Jim Perry on Card Sharks. Bill Cullen on Blockbusters. And Bob Eubanks on The Newlywed Game. Just to name a few.
Wow. That's all of them, actually.
But now, oh no.
Okay.
Oh no, the list goes on. I could go on, but I will not. Here he is, the one, the only, Kerry. I used to be a farm boy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you so much. All right, we tossed a coin off the air to determine who Gina was going to play against, and the coin came up with Marty. Hi, Marty.
Marty.
Marty, are you
no.
there?
Oh,
Did we
no.
lose Marty?
After all that?
Oh, hang on. That's the interface. Sorry. There's Marty.
Here I am.
Hi, Marty. Okay.
Hi.
Marty, now, if you beat Gina, you're going to get tickets to the Utah Beer Festival this weekend. But if she beats you, what are you prepared to do?
Oh, I was going to eat at Caputo's twice this weekend.
Twice?
What a sacrifice.
You're the winner if you get to eat at Caputo.
The sandwiches are great.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there we go, Marty. We now have we'll pull out the Coin Toss app to determine who goes first, because it will give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Go Tails.
Tails. All right, Coin Toss app says heads. As you can see.
Oh.
Terribly sorry, Marty.
Off to a bad start.
Off to a bad start. That means that Gina controls the first question. It does give her an advantage in the game. This first question is for Gina exclusively, Marty. She gets it correct, she gets the point. Then we'll go to you and ask you a question. She doesn't get it correct, then you get a chance to answer it correctly and steal the point away. We will go back and forth with each of you until one of you gets 3 points, and then we'll declare a winner. All right. Because it is Matthew Perry's birthday today, Marty, it's Friends Trivia. Gina, what store does Phoebe hate?
I know this.
You know this? Well, then let me give you the
I won't
possible
spoil
answers.
it.
Possible answers, okay? Is it A, Evco's House of Hose? B, Passmore Gas and Propane?
Okay.
C, Master Bait and Tackle? Or D, Pottery Barn? Pottery Barn. Okay, all right.
Marty, did you know the answer to that question?
Yes, I knew
You
that
did?
one.
Oh, okay.
Well, we still have to give Gina the point. But now it's your time to try and tie it up.
Marty, who sings the Friends theme song? Who sings the Friends theme song? Is it A, Confrontation Camp? B, Waylon Jennings? C, The Rembrandts? Or D, Hoobastank?
Let's go with C as in Charlie.
Rembrandts is correct.
No, it's
Well
not
done.
Charlie. It's the Rembrandts. It's 1-1. Gina has a chance to go ahead now. She controls the question.
Let's see. Let's try to find a hard one for Gina. Okay, here's a hard one. Joey had a stuffed penguin. What was the penguin's name? A plush penguin, stuffed penguin.
Okay.
I can hear Marty
Googling
in the
it.
background. You gotta get more of a quiet keyboard there, Marty. But is it A, Feathers McGraw?
Okay.
B, Opus? C, Hugsy? Or D, Wheezy?
Hugsy?
Is that your answer?
Yes.
That is correct.
Hugsy?
Yes. Those are all actual cartoon penguins.
Yes. Oh, I know. Oh, and Feathers McGraw's by Wallace and Gromit.
Yes, exactly.
All right, Marty, you control the question now. Try to tie it up.
All right, Marty. Ross made a comic book when he was young. What was it called? What was the comic book that he made when he was young? Is it A, Asbestos Lady, B, Matter Eater Lad, C, Arm Fall Off Boy, or D, Science Boy?
Oh, I think it was C. No, the last one. Science Boy.
Science Boy? That is correct.
Yes.
Ooh,
The game
that was
is
a close
tied.
one.
Those are all actual comic books.
That was a close one.
Now, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Now, Gina, you have a chance to win. You control the question.
Gina,
Yes.
what is the name of Phoebe's most popular songs? We know Phoebe
Come
sings,
on. Really?
popular songs. Is it, well, now listen. Is it A, Smelly Cat, B, I'll Be There For You, C, Alex the Seal, or D, Champagne for my real friends, real pain for my sham friends?
Marty, do you know the answer to this one in case she gets it? In case she gets it wrong,
I think I do.
Oh, Marty.
Gina.
Okay, Gina.
It's Smelly Cat.
That is correct.
What are they feeding you?
Gina, you
Smelly
you
Cat.
won.
I won, but Marty did very well.
Marty did
And he seemed so excited about going to Tony Caputo's twice this weekend. I think he also needs to make another stop at the Utah Beer Fest this weekend. I think we should give you tickets to that as well. Sure.
Yes, there you go, Marty.
Totally surprising move.
Yeah, it never happens.
Never happens. Marty, this is unprecedented. So hang on the line, Marty, and we will get your information so you can pick up these tickets here to go to the Beer Fest. Hang on. All right, there we go.
Botany 500 also providing clothes for Richard Dawson on Family Feud,
Oh, my
Rod
God.
Serling on The Twilight Zone, Phil Donahue from The Phil Donahue Show, and it's also John Newland, Alcoa Presents, Dick Van Dyke on The Dick Van Dyke Show, Don Adams on Get Smart, Mike Connors on Mannix. The list goes on and on and on. Botany 500, which no longer exists. So long.
Thank you, Johnny.
Stalled vehicle northbound I-15 9 South off-ramp in Salt Lake. The right shoulder is blocked there. And that's the only thing UDOT is saying, and you aren't saying anything via text at 33986. If you do see something and you text it in, just make sure it's safe for you to do that. Remember to keep your lights on and avoid standing water on rainy mornings like today. Big O Tires anniversary sale is going on now. Save up to $150 off Big O brand tires at your locally owned and operated Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Thank you very much.
All right, we've got Boners round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Boner candidate number 1, sure, honey, you can drive. Boner candidate number 2, Larry, what is the proper role of government? And boner candidate number 3, hang up on him.
All right. We got round 1 of your boners. Big boy news all coming up after these. Stand by.
I discovered something really soothing over the weekend. Gina, if you watch this, I guarantee you will find yourself calmed. Now, I think we've maybe have played a little bit of this on the radio before, but I'd kind of heard of it. But HBO Max now has 2 seasons of Joe Pera Talks to You.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we did play.
Did we play a little bit of that one time?
Yeah. From Adult Swim.
Yeah, it was on Adult Swim, and now they've put both seasons over on HBO Max. They're short, like 11-minute episodes, and it is extremely funny, but it's sweet and calming. And so I've been looking up stuff about Joe Pera a little bit. He does stand up, and he does stand up in the same way as he does this show. But he plays this character, although that's his real name, who lives in a little town in Michigan, I think, by the shores of one of the Great Lakes there. And he I don't know, what does it remind you of? Have you watched them, Carrie? Have you watched them, or just...
Well, it's just, it was the one that I brought to the show was Relaxing Old Footage with Joe Pera. And it was just a bunch of stock footage of, like, drone shots flying over trees, in the woods. Oh, here's stock footage of a bear catching a salmon, you know, and he would just narrate these things, and he would talk about how he's here to help you relax and calm down with this relaxing old footage.
It's so at the end of one of the episodes I watched, he said, well, I hope you enjoyed all of that, and now I'm going to do a treat here, a treat that we do in our town. It's called a warm apple. Would you like a warm apple? You got some there?
No, he's, but the show you're talking about is his series. He does he has a TV series.
Yeah.
Straight man to Austin Powers. She's one of the few people who can rein him in, and that is no small feat. Can you imagine if it were only Austin Powers? It would be chaos. A town where all the stoplights are green. Fun to imagine, but in real life, fatal. Also,
now
she's one of the only people in the movie not played by Austin Powers. It's just too bad that in the second film, she turned out to be a fembot.
Now there's footage of a drone, drone footage flying over fall foliage.
So it doesn't have anything to do with Austin Powers.
Nothing to do with
No.
Austin Powers, just him talking.
There's an episode where he carves a jack-o'-lantern.
But instead of going down that path,
and then he says, and then,
don't
you
I
know,
give
it
you
says
some good
sometimes a jack-o'-lantern represents your soul. So
considering
I always want to give my jack-o'-lantern a warm send-off when it's time for him to go. And so he puts the jack-o'-lantern in the back of the car, and he keeps looking at it in the rear-view mirror. And I think it's got a seatbelt on even. He says, so I want to give him a good send-off. And I take him up to the falls. You know, there are 400 waterfalls in this area, so I want to find a good one to let him go.
March of 2011.
It's just
$7, or I would say it's still a good value.
And this one is called Pancake Breakfast Critic.
Yeah,
with Joe Pera.
This is good.
So where he
Not only do they have pancakes, but also French toast, sausage, and eggs cooked any way you'd like by Delby on the egg station.
He's the original Bucket Brigade guy. That's Delby.
After Dave was finished busting balls, I asked him a question that was weighing on my mind.
What can't you put in a pancake? Oh, we can put anything in the pancake. What do you have in mind?
Chocolate chips?
We could do that.
Wow.
Wow,
And
you
he's
can
this
put
young
chocolate
guy.
chips in them, yeah.
He's this young guy with, with glasses, and I'm going to talk to you today about these two minerals, iron and
Now,
copper.
the moment I've been waiting for all morning.
Meals on Wheels.
They put the sausage in the pancake for me. I guess it pays to have friends in the kitchen.
It pays to have friends in the kitchen
I
who will
tell-
put the sausage in the pancake
That
for
does
you.
sound delicious.
If you watch these, you will be soothed and calmed. He's so gentle and sweet, and just there's something wrong with him. And when he does, it reminds me of Andy Kaufman as well, because I saw him being interviewed by Stephen Colbert on his show, and he just stayed the same way. He played that Joe Pera character well.
We watched did you watch the one with his grandmother?
No, I don't think so.
Look for that one.
Yeah, I'm going to watch them all. I watched about 3 of them. They're just
This is
wonderful.
what you do every night before you go to bed now, is watch Joe
God, they're
Pera.
just. I'm not. Gina, do me a favor. Just watch one
Okay.
today and tell me that you just start with the very first one. It's where he's sitting at home, and all of a sudden some people are knocking at his door, and he goes, "I better go see who that is." And he goes and opens the door, and these people, this family, just bursts in. He says, "Yeah, we'd like to buy your house." He says, "I don't think my house is for sale." And then he looks outside, and there's a for sale sign out in front of his house.
Wow.
And he goes, "Oh, gosh darn it. Some kids must have put that sign there." And then he says, "But I don't want to disappoint this nice family, so I'll let them look around." It's just charming and great. He's
Just
great.
go to your HBO Max and look up Joe Pera.
I do have the HBO Max, so I can do that.
You will find it.
I don't want to see that movie.
That's
Well,
awful.
that's why it wasn't in the movie. All right. It is 7:20 right now. It is time for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. Because if it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. See. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more candidates. Then we get another winner there. Then we take both winners and put them against each other. And in a totally exploitive way, we make you participate for 3 hours.
It's
Yes,
a trick.
We are manipulating
It's
you.
a trick.
As we take both winners at 9:20 this morning, that's when you'll decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, pick one of your 3 here and make it a champion for round 1 to send it forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy a Gotta Win It Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, sure, honey. You can drive. The mother of a 7-year-old girl has been charged with allowing her daughter to operate a vehicle without a license after the mother was injured Sunday afternoon on Dragon Drive in Kinderhook Township. The Branch County Sheriff's Office deputies were called to the dirt road just before 3 p.m. for an injury crash involving a golf cart. The cart, with mother, father, and 3 children, were headed north toward Copeland Road with the girl driving, the 7-year-old girl driving. She made an extreme left turn and tipped the golf cart over, throwing everyone out. The mother, Heather Wheaton, was thrown to the ground, suffering a broken arm and other injuries. They had to transport her to the hospital, and she will recover. But, and 7-year-old girl.
It's just a golf cart, though. That's not a real car.
You bet, honey. You can drive.
That's
Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Larry, what is the proper role of government, huh? So, conservative talk show host Larry Elder is a Republican frontrunner in California's governor race. He doubled down on some past comments he made defending employers asking women if and when they plan to get pregnant. Mr. Elder, who's a radio guy, is running in the recall election to unseat Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom. And he expressed his views on the subject in a 2002 book called Showdown, Confronting Bias, Lies, and the Special Interests That Divide America. In the book, Elder wrote, "Are there legitimate business reasons for a venture capitalist to ask a female entrepreneur whether and when she intends to get pregnant? Hell yes!" He compared it to a sports team forbidding its players from taking part in hazardous conduct not related to their sport. Call it protecting an investment.
Wow.
Call it protecting an investment, he said.
You're not a person.
When asked about those comments by the AP, Elder stood by his past statements, responding thusly: "Government should not be intruding into the special relationship or into the relationship between employer and employee. Now, if the government wants to intrude in, people's lives in the bedroom, abortion rights, that's perfectly
That's
fine.
fine with Larry, yeah. Couple of things. First of all, he's a radio guy. You shouldn't trust him.
No.
Secondly, this recall election happening in California, I know some of our listeners are in California right now. Just vote no on the recall for Gavin Newsom. I know you're not crazy about him, but look at the list of people that will replace him, and they're all nutters.
Wait a minute, Kerry. The next governor of California, Caitlyn Jenner, come on.
Exactly.
Come on.
Everyone on that list, they're all nutters, each and every one of them.
I would love to see Caitlyn Jenner be the next governor of California.
You can easily become Florida if you don't vote no on the recall of Gavin Newsom. Be careful, California.
Caitlyn Jenner. That's voter candidate number 2. Larry, what is the proper role of government, huh? Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Hang up on him.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Well, country music people, stars, generally have they generally stay out of making any kind of political statements.
We'll put a boot in your ass.
But I mean generally, they don't make a big thing out of it because they realize that their fans are mostly
already there anyway.
So Carrie Underwood liked a tweet that's something about, she's kind of indicated she was an anti-masker.
Yeah, kids masks in schools. So cheering the governor of Texas or some other state that was saying no masks.
So they people have just piled on her like a ton of bricks, and she's not said anything specifically. She just liked a tweet. Garth Brooks been out on the road. Mm-hmm. He's canceling the rest of his tour.
Garth's a liberal.
He said, but he doesn't ever make a big deal about that.
I mean, he talks about it, and his newest song is kind of referencing it. So
I wouldn't know. So I wouldn't know about that. But in July, I sincerely thought the pandemic was falling behind us. But now watching this new wave, I realize we're still in a fight, and I have to do my part, he said, and he canceled the rest of his tour. And then Dolly Parton. Now, Dolly Parton does step up. She never used to, but here in the last few years, she has, and she's proven that even during tough economic times, she's an enterprising person. Recently, she dropped $500 million into her Dollywood resort, and then she launched her own fragrance, and she is now considered one of the richest self-made women in the world.
But she donates a ton of money.
And she talks about political issues now where she never used to.
Well, and she gave a bunch to the Moderna development.
Yep. And Keith Richards. He once shot a hole in his guitar.
What'd the guitar do to him?
It just wasn't sounding right. And so he blew a hole in the Gibson. It was a Gibson 1952 SJ Southern Jumbo Sunburst acoustic guitar. He was arguing with Ronnie Wood.
Oh, that'll do it.
It was back in '95, and he's trying to sell it. He still has it, but he wants to sell it.
And someone will buy it because it has a bullet hole.
Yeah, well, and because it was, it was because it's his. Now let's see. COVID-19 vaccinations. People are trying to come up with all kinds of incentives to get people to be vaccinated. JBS Foods is offering 5 pounds of ground beef, along with an entry to win a full year's supply of free meat to any person who shows up to get a vaccination.
To get people. Finally.
Yeah, I think this is still in effect.
It will work for some people.
Yeah, I would hope so. Now this it's up there in Cache County, up in the Hiram area. Utah's working with the Bear River Health Department and the beef processing plant in Hiram to launch the campaign, Your Shot at Free Meat for a Year. The Free Beef Initiative, I think that's great. Mm-hmm. I think we ought to do more of that. School district, the Lehigh, down in Lehigh, that teacher that was mouthing off, it's the Alpine School District, and she was being way too frank with her class. Political things, talking about how she hated Donald Trump. And I mean, a lot
of parents are stupid for not getting you vaxxed. Again, as Carrie was saying yesterday, let us say those things.
Yeah. We can say those things for you.
Your teacher really shouldn't say
She's
them
a
in
chemistry
class.
teacher, Leah Kenyon. Apparently, is known for being
Mhm.
for making a lot of speeches in front of class, and well, she's not going to have the opportunity to do that anymore. She is no longer employed with the Alpine School District.
There's places for things.
Yeah.
Again, here we can do that.
Yeah, a Twitter account perhaps would be the way.
Well, it's a shame though. You would think in a class.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I saw one of her students interviewed on the news last night,
Mm.
and the interviewer said, "Well, what were you upset about?" And she said, "Well, when she said your parents are stupid if they don't get you vaccinated, I was insulted by that because my parents aren't stupid, and I was watching this going." Your
Well-
parents are stupid.
Has she been vaccinated?
Well, the assumption is she's not, because she said my parents aren't stupid, but
Heavy rains caused flooding throughout the state, road closures, and just ruining people's property. And we could have more of that today. But so how is it possible that the Great Salt Lake and 33 reservoirs have dropped in water level? Come on. There's something. This is fake news. This must be fake news that the Great Salt Lake and all these reservoirs are having trouble. There's plenty of rain coming, plenty of water coming out of the sky.
This 2-day rainstorm is not fixing the drought.
Oh, come on.
Sorry, it doesn't work that way.
I think they're putting the water somewhere else. They're trying to hide it from us.
They're hiding it in warehouses.
That's right.
The same place that they've hidden the alien technology.
Abandoned Walmarts.
And abandoned Walmarts
Yeah,
that they're
right.
going to turn into concentration camps.
That's right. That's exactly right.
And then they're going to turn the frogs gay.
You tell me. You tell them.
Alex?
And then finally, let's see.
Yeah, you got 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Carrie, here's a story about Spanish Fork. Spanish Fork Canyon.
Down to Spanish.
Spanish Fork, where the COVID rates are really high.
An Orem man is lucky to be alive after surviving a 200-foot crash into Spanish Fork Canyon.
Really?
The Utah County Sheriff's Office said the 47-year-old man contacted authorities around 6:30 in the morning saying, "I crashed my truck." The man was, they said, "Well, sir, where are you?" "I'm not sure."
No.
He was, he said, no, he was able to tell them some of the roads he had taken,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't know exactly where he was. Unable to use helicopters due to the weather, search and rescue teams mobilized a motorcycle and other vehicles to find the man during their search of the canyon near Wadsworth Peak.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can see the road and the picture of his truck off the road.
Yeah, so he was doing some off-the-road backcountry stuff there for
You know,
some reason.
Tearing up the great outdoors.
People saw a white pickup truck down a steep embankment, 200 feet down, and then they heard the driver yelling, "I'm down here!" And they were able to get him out, and he's not in bad shape. And then finally, this story, Gina, for you.
Mm-hmm.
The finalists have been announced in the search for America's best bathroom. Cintas has announced that 10 public laboratories chosen as finalists for America's best restroom contest. Now,
I could address this on my podcast,
I-
the Pottycast.
I submitted our restroom here,
No.
and it was not one of the 10 finalists.
No.
As a matter of fact, they sent it back, the pictures back, and said never enter this contest again. The finalists are
Yeah. Oh, wait. Let me get a pin.
the Core 24 GVL Gym in Greenville, South Carolina,
Okay.
the Fancy Flush Portable Toilet in Santa Rosa, California,
Okay.
JFK's Airport Terminal 4 in New York.
Airport bathroom makes the list?
Yep. Non-Thai Fine Dining in Atlanta, the Planet World Museum in Washington, D.C., the Pump House in Canopolis, North Carolina, the Fed Community Restaurant in Clarkson, Michigan, Two Cities Pizza in Cincinnati, and the restroom at William S. Craycraft Park, a bathroom at a park in Mission Viejo, California.
That's worth a trip right there.
Voting is open until tomorrow. If you want to vote on those restaurants
All
or
right.
restrooms. There you
Get on it.
go. All right. Sports weather traffic.
Yes.
Oh, we'll just do weather traffic here. Although Real won last night. Hey, we'll say that. Rain is possible again today. Heavy rain in places, especially the further south you go. There are some flash flood warnings in effect for the canyons down south. But up here, Salt Lake and further north, it looks like rain. 80% chance of it today, tapering off by this afternoon. And it's much cooler, 66 for a high today. Tomorrow, we're expecting sunny skies and 77. That will be a lovely day tomorrow. Traffic, we have a crash northbound I-15 at 28 South in South Salt Lake. The right lane is closed. Crash northbound Mountain View at 38 South in West Valley, left lane being affected there. Crash northbound Bangor at 19 South in Salt Lake, right shoulder affected there. And stalled vehicle northbound I-15 at the 9th South off-ramp in Salt Lake. The right lane is blocked there. Front of the program says standing water and insane rain, 47 South Bacchus Highway.
Now, your list of bathrooms.
Yeah.
I've just been reminded. I can vote in that. Because I've been to that airport in JFK, that terminal, that bathroom. I've peed there.
Is it really a noteworthy bathroom?
It was a nice airport bathroom.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. Hang up on them. Con artists come up with many ways to steal money from their targets, and the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office wants to alert the public about a recent scam. Callers impersonating deputies, demanding payments for missed court dates, warrants, or failure to report for jury duty. Often, no such violation has even occurred, but scammers rely on the fear of violating the law to demand cash payments. Also, they'll accept prepaid debit cards or even gift cards so that the person will avoid arrest. Scammers know how to trick their targets by using spoofing, which is by using spoofing official telephone numbers. That's not well written, is it? I don't know what that means.
It makes it appear on your phone that it's an official number.
Like it'll say,
yeah, it'll come through as
such police.
Police, yeah.
And using the actual names of the law enforcement officials. They arrange meetings in the parking lot of official buildings or accept payments, which adds to their air of legitimacy. And apparently this has been happening a lot lately here in Salt Lake County. They say nobody calling from a law enforcement agency and asking for a cash payment for something.
They don't do that.
It's not going to happen. Hang up on them. Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1 was, "Oh, sure, honey, you can drive." That's what the mother said to the 7-year-old girl who they were in the golf cart. The mom, the girl, the dad, another kid. And she said, "Oh, honey, you can drive the golf cart." She flipped it, and the mother was injured. Boner candidate number 2, well, Larry, what is the proper role of government? The California governor's candidate, Larry Elder, has said that employers ought to be able to ask women when and if they plan to get pregnant. And he said the government should stay out of relationships between employees and employers. Of course, now Larry Elder, I'm sure, would say the government has every right to be involved in a woman's decision to get an abortion or what. Yeah. And then boner candidate number 3, hang up on him.
All right. You've got to decide now, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome. And at 8:20, we'll do this again with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. Take both of those winners and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That is when you will decide boner of the day with your votes. Right now, you got to pick one of these 3 from this round 1 to send forward to Boner Dome. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win, and put that single digit in the message of a text. Then you text that to 33986. Or you call Katie in the producer's booth and just tell her. 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting August 19, 2021, and vote there. You've got just like 4.5 minutes is all. It's round one. Let's go.
When Radio from Hell concludes, the music begins.
Bill and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris
Yeah,
Mancow.
sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Probably if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine. And on the copy machine is sitting a big, it's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a cord, fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No. Anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that? I think to myself. So then
How
I think,
curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange.
Wait a minute.
in there.
You saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
God.
But I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange in there. I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, hey, that's mine. And I went, oh,
I'm sorry.
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No. So sorry, I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just just standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building going, "Hey!"
X96.3 and X96.com.
I was half listening at the beginning of that because I was doing something else. Who was that?
He's at a council meeting.
Yeah, it was just footage that was released from a San Diego City Council meeting.
You know, we've had
Was
it
one of
here.
was it one of the councilors?
No.
or one of
No.
the
Citizens.
public? It could have been.
It could have been.
One of the
These days, you never know.
And I don't find that funny. I know you played that as a funny rejoinder. That's not funny to me.
Sorry.
It makes me uncomfortable.
Well, let's award round one of your boners then.
All right, and it's brought to you in part by Pizza.
And this summer, downtown Salt Lake's Main Street will be closed to cars and open to pedestrians Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays from noon on. Restaurants, bars, and shops will extend their service onto sidewalks with music and art every night. Learn more at downtownslc.org/open streets.
Boner candidate number one, you'll remember, was, sure, honey, you can drive. Sure. That was not a good idea. And it didn't get very many votes, really. Although, I don't know why exactly. It's a classic Boner candidate.
It's a golf cart. If it had been a real car, maybe.
I fail to see the difference here. Boner candidate number two, Larry, what is the proper role of government? As Larry Elder, he's running for governor in California on the recall election. It just, please, make sure that crazy people like that don't get in. Vote for Caitlyn Jenner. And then Boner candidate number three, hang up on him. I think this was the most deserving candidate. People who are scamming folks here in Salt Lake area, by saying that they owe the court money they call up posing as police officers. That's just awful. But it didn't win. Larry Elder won, Boner candidate number two. I hope that's not a portent of things to come.
That seems to be the concern in California right now. It's not that the majority of people want Gavin Newsom gone. They just don't know what's going on.
I think they don't understand that they need to vote no on the recall.
And the way it's worded it's very confusing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Intentionally
confusing. There you go. There's the winner of round one. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Aaron Mendenhall, the mayor, is on the phone.
Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall. Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
The elephant in the room. It must be.
I don't know what you're talking about, Shirley.
I'm sure you don't. So I applaud you. It's a bold stand. Now, tell people exactly what has to happen here before a mask mandate might be implemented.
Well, our concern, I think, across the board is with, our unvaccinated children. And in Salt Lake City School District, even the kids between 12 and 18 were still under 50% being vaccinated in Salt Lake City School District. So it's really the entire district. The county council should have done what the health department ordered, which was to protect all the kids in the county because they're all equally vulnerable. But in lieu of that, mayors do have the authority to put in place an order that would cover schools. And I've asked our Salt Lake City School District to show me some support in doing that since the state has taken away their ability to act for the people who elected them to do that.
So you have said you will go ahead and say there should be a mask mandate if the Salt Lake City School District Board members support you.
That's right.
No.
And the manner in which they support, is really up to them.
Mm-hmm.
But we're in messy waters created by the state legislature, who deemed it right to take away the powers of every school district in the state of Utah to make the decisions they were elected to make. So when they do that, we're forced under circumstances like this where the variant is growing, infections are growing, the number of kids getting infected every day is growing in Salt Lake County, that we need to do something because school starts here next Tuesday on August 24th. And as a mother and as a mayor, our kids should be protected.
Yes.
And you're putting kids in the position of, because people say, well, if you care about it, then you send your kids to school in masks, and I'm not. Then you're putting kids in the situation of going to school, and some kids are masked and some aren't, and there's bullying and teasing.
I'm seeing a lot of that on Twitter. The peer pressure is real. And,
Sure.
There's nothing like our kids going to school. They legally have to go to school. As parents, as working parents, we need our kids to go to school. Our economy needs kids to be able to go to school and stay in school. And they are not allowed right now to be, masked, to have teachers be able to say to them, please remember to put your mask back on. Oops, your mask has slipped off. Can you put that back on? They're not protected, and they legally have to be in groups inside with unvaccinated dozens of other people.
We applaud you, and we think, well,
Yes.
this is a great moral and bold stand that the mayor is taking, but it's really not. It's just logical.
You're just doing,
It's just logical.
I agree, Bill.
I mean, it's
none of this should be a thing.
And why? And so what could possibly happen? I guess the legislature could step in again, I suppose, right?
That's an eternal possibility. But I'm very confident in my legal ability, in any mayor's legal ability, to take this action. And that endgame legislation that happened, they actually wrote an expiration date into it. It's right there at the end of the legislation, which was July 1st. And the other legislation that continues to exist does talk about the pathway for health departments and counties. It doesn't say anything about mayors. And so this is an option that I hope other parts of the state who are seeing that similar rises in cases, similar low numbers of vaccinated individuals will say, we want our kids in school, we want the schools to remain open, and we need our economy to be able to keep going.
Well, as a parent with kids in Salt Lake City schools, I thank you, Mayor, for continuing to fight for them.
I don't thank you. You're just doing what you're supposed to be doing.
You're welcome, Gina.
You're just doing what you're supposed to be doing. That's what we pay you for.
No, but
and you're welcome, Bill.
This shows why your local elections are important. It matters who your mayor is. It matters who your council people are. It matters who your school board people are. This is where it matters.
And when I look at your run as mayor, you've had more happen in your run.
The S has hit the fan every day.
Than any Salt Lake mayor that I can think of.
Yeah.
It's every day.
I'm happy to be here still, and I'm really, really glad that I had 6 years on the city council to know the city like I do.
Yeah.
But it's a new challenge all the time. I'm up for it, though.
What can we do to help? What can people, just regular?
Well, hopefully, people are talking to their school board members and expressing their support, I hope, for a mask order for kids until it's safe to take those life-saving face coverings off.
Yeah.
And we'll see what the school district says. But at this point, please do reach out to your school board members.
All right.
All right, Mayor Mendenhall, way to go.
Thank you.
And now it's time to go.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks
Farewell.
Thanks for talking with us.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you. Traffic, Gina.
Like she said, farewell.
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 Yes.
Crash north on I-15, 28 south in South Salt Lake. The right lane is closed there. Crash northbound Mountain View, 38 South and West Valley, left lane being affected there. And a crash northbound Bangor, 19th South in Salt Lake. Let me check our message stream. Nothing there, but if you see something you think friends of the program need to know about, please text us, only if it's safe for you to do that, though, 33986. It's time to buy a new Honda from your Utah Honda dealers. 0% APR financing. See UtahHondaDealers.com.
All right, thank you. We will take a quick break. We'll be back. Sean Means will be here. Oh, he's pulling up right now to review movies for us. Stand by for that. And, of course, in the next hour, round 2 of your boners and big boy news. All coming up.
Yeah, I enjoyed that class yesterday.
You did you?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Well, you don't have to come to them.
Why would you think that I don't want to come?
Carrie, I have because I am one of the kings of sarcasm, I note sarcasm in your voice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He had a great
I thought
time.
it was a grand waste of time. I'll
Yes,
be quite
it is.
honest with you. All right? Because in those classes, there's maybe 5 kids who are actually interested in radio, and the rest of them are getting an easy credit.
Carrie.
So the first thing we do when we get to the class is we say, all right, first of all, who's here for an easy credit? And those people who raise their hand, leave. Go right now. We'll sign a form, whatever it takes. Just get out of here.
You would deny a college student an easy credit? What kind of a Grinch are you?
I'm not denying them an easy credit. If it were up to me, we would close down the college radio stations, but we don't. That's an easy credit. They can do that. While I'm there, I don't want to deal with people who just don't want to be there. That's why I don't speak to schools. That's why I hate that stuff.
Now, be honest. You don't speak to schools because you're not allowed.
There's
usually.
that true.
You
That's
used
true.
to speak to schools.
See the basis of education. And by the way, the kids that want to be there, they just sit there like lumps anyway.
No, there were a couple of them in the back talking. One who arrived 20 minutes late, and then he sat in the back talking with his buddy.
Oh, I didn't see that. When he came in late, I almost said to him, why are you bothering? Why don't you just leave?
You know, and he's sitting in the back talking with one of his friends, and I'm like,
You should have said something. I didn't notice that.
I didn't either.
I nearly did, but then he shut up because I started staring him down.
If you can just touch one child.
I don't
That's
need.
all.
Look,
I don't want him touching any children.
I don't.
That's why
that's
he's
true.
not allowed. Well,
I don't need to understand education. I'm not trying to take away their breeze through their, college degree. I'm there for an hour. That's all. 5 students who are interested, that's great. Everybody else take off. We'll sit and have a chat with 5 people. I'll touch those 5. That's good.
all right.
Especially that Heidi from yesterday. She was really cute. But anyway.
See again why he's not allowed.
She was very interested in what we were
She
doing.
was.
She
She was
wanted
very
to
interested.
learn.
And I heard her on the radio, on the college radio station. She's very good. I think someday we'll be working with her.
Maybe not now that you said that.
No, I'm
Not as
I don't want to work with those guys.
not her partner Pickle, of course, but
It was Pickle and the Turd Bag. What was the other guy?
Pickle, Turd, and
Carl.
Heidi, I think is what it was. Oh yeah, Carl.
His name's Carl.
Apparently we made Carl cry.
Really?
Is what
Yeah,
I
I
was
heard
told.
he was laying on the floor of the break room.
So and again,
Crying.
if we can discourage someone from getting into radio, that's also
Your
we-
job is done.
Particularly you, Carl.
Already, we started with Carl. He's done. He will not be in radio anymore. So mission accomplished
some
at
good
Cedar
has
City.
happened.
Some good has happened.
And think of it this way too. Carl will go on to better things. He will be a professional clown that entertains at kids' parties. That's what he'll be good
the
at.
creepy clown with the Cro-Magnon brow is what he will be. Oh, tickets, Gina.
Yes, it's the X96 Summer of Free Tickets. This time it's the X96 Nightmare Before Halloween with the Offspring at the Complex on October 7th. Text the word KING, K-I-N-G, KING, to 33986 now for your chance to win.
Oh, that's how you spell keen.
Keen.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh, we have a sponsor for this, Gina?
Yes. Let me get that. It's on a different piece of paper. This piece of paper says...
Get your work papers together.
Katrubis Dodge is now Young Dodge. Layton, new name. Same great service, selection of vehicles. See selection online at youngchrysler.dodge.jeepram.com. Think Young, think Layton.
Well, here he is. Sean Patrick Means, a writer for the Salt Lake Tribune, movie reviewer. You can read Sean's work, of course, in the Salt Lake Tribune, sltrib.com, but you best find it all collected at moviecricket.net. And I'm sure you're probably tired. It was Robert Redford's birthday party the other day. I'm sure.
It was his birthday yesterday.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah.
You didn't go?
I did not get an invite. This
Oh.
time. No, we have an understanding.
Surprises me.
I didn't invite him to my birthday either. So
he was hurt. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Sean, you didn't see this Michael Keaton movie. I'm sorry.
No. I scheduled conflicts. I had other stuff to do. I wanted to. I really did. But there was another movie coming out soon. That
I think I know.
Saw that night instead.
We need to talk about that one.
Yes, we will talk about that.
The Protege.
Anyway, The Protege is the one I did not see. This is an action thriller starring Maggie Q, who has been in a bunch of stuff. You recognize her.
I like her.
She's a well-trained assassin, and when her mentor is killed, played by Samuel L. Jackson, it's revenge time. She has to, and Michael Keaton is somehow involved in that aspect of it.
It looks. I saw a couple of previews for it. It looks kind of
trailer looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
So that's in theaters.
All right.
What did you see?
I did see Paw Patrol the movie.
Well, this is what everyone's been waiting for. So.
Yes. Based on the kids' TV series, and all I can say is I'm glad my kids were older than the market that had these animals.
I got nieces, and they went through this Paw Patrol phase as well. They're out of it now, but they loved it at the time.
For those who don't know, puppies who operate rescue equipment.
Okay.
Right.
And,
sure.
And the team moves from Adventure Bay, the town where they've been doing all their stuff, to Adventure City.
Ah. Oh, the mayor there, Mayor Humdinger.
Mayor Humdinger. Oh yes. He's very dim-witted. Wackiness ensues. For one thing, he hates dogs. He's a cat person, so that's how you know he's evil. He sets up new things like a triple loop-de-loop on the subway, which of course goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
My favorite meta line is, "I'm an unqualified public official. What's the worst that could happen?"
Well, it sounds like there's some redeeming.
That's about as meta as it gets. If you've got really little children, maybe you'd want to go see this, or you could stay at home because it's in theaters and it's on Paramount Plus.
Oh, okay.
In case you don't want to go to a movie theater full of unvaccinated small children.
That's true.
And I gave it 2 stars. I can't imagine anybody wanting to see this if they didn't absolutely have to, amongst adults.
Okay.
So The Night House. This was actually at Sundance last year in the midnight section. This is a pretty spooky haunted house thriller. The best part about it is Rebecca Hall is in the lead. We like her.
Yeah.
You would know her from big budget movies like Iron Man 3. She was in that. She was also in Godzilla vs. Kong. She's also done a ton of indie stuff. She's a really, really great actress. She directed a movie that was at Sundance this year called Passing with Tessa Thompson and Ruth Negga. Anyhow.
That's right.
Hall plays a school teacher whose husband dies suddenly, so she's left to pick up the pieces, and she senses something or someone is in the house, and she can't explain why. And the house was designed and built by her husband, who was an architect.
Are there secret doors?
There are secret things. There's a whole secret house, we find out. That there's a mirror house across the lake, and there's a dark secret involved with that.
Well, that's creepy.
Yep. This is the kind of horror movie that works because of the performance and Hall's performance. She's not a damsel in distress. She's not a scream queen, but she's really sharp. But she really does the terror right. And there's some parts where she has to basically act against nothing because there's it goes
a specter of some sort.
Demons, ghosts, something. I won't get into details, but And one good performance doing that sort of mime pretending, better than all the CG in the world sometimes. So she's really good. It's playing in theaters. The Night House, I give it 3 stars.
3 stars.
And right now, that's the only place you can see it.
And that's just in theaters right now. Yes.
All right. Now, what's a sci-fi movie?
Mm-hmm. Reminiscence. This is sort of a sci-fi noir thriller. Feels a little Blade Runner-ish a little bit. This is near future, Miami in the near future, so the water is up to about the 3rd floor, and the streets look like Venice, just not as clean, and the rich, of course, the rich stay dry, and the poor have to slog through. Jackman plays a guy who sells people's memories back to them. He's got a gizmo where you can go in and you can relive memories of your.
Can I have that?
Life.
I want that now.
What memories would you like to relive?
There's all kinds. It'd be fun.
And he falls in love. The woman comes into the place. He falls in love. They have a relationship, and then she suddenly vanishes. And so he's reliving those memories and getting sort of hooked by it, getting addicted by it. And his war buddy, who's also works in this thing.
A dealer should never smoke his own stash.
Played by Thandwi Newton.
We like her.
Warns him, you got to get out of this. Instead, he tries to pursue, and he finds a clue and tries to find out what happened to her.
Oh, okay.
So it gets very. I refer to it as Philip Marlowe by way of Philip K. Dick.
Yeah,
it's sort of got that gritty detective-y stuff, but also the sci-fi future-y stuff. And Jackman is there's the great Hollywood tradition of song and dance guys doing tough guys like Jimmy Cagney, Dick Powell. Jackman fits right into that, and he's got that sort of dark brooding. He's Wolverine. So it doesn't all hang together very well. The world building is really great. The first-time director named Lisa Joy. She's one of the co-creators of Westworld.
Oh yes.
And her husband is Jonathan Nolan, who's Christopher Nolan's brother.
Yes.
So they get it.
You get a little Nolan-ish about it, in this, and so she's really sharp. The building the mythology, building the world is really very cool, and the look of it is really cool, and Jackman's cool, and Rebecca Ferguson plays the femme fatale.
Is she cool?
She's cool. They were in Greatest Showman together.
Oh,
there's a lot of
that's cool.
Yeah, so
they've done some stuff.
It doesn't, like I said, it doesn't all hold together. So I gave it 3 stars.
All right,
and
it's in theaters, and it's also on HBO Max.
Oh, okay.
I'll
So
take
you
a
can,
look.
That's
you
where
can
I
watch it at home.
I will take a look at it there. So that's Paw Patrol 2 stars, 3 stars for The Night House, and 3 stars for Reminiscence.
It sounded like you said Paw Patrol.
Paw Patrol.
Paw Patrol. I thought, what? We
Papa.
didn't talk about
I know that
Paw
PAW is an acronym for something, but I haven't taken the time to look it up.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Like puppy awareness. I don't know.
Something. It is one of those.
Yeah.
things.
Anything interesting happening next week?
Next week we have finally Candyman.
Yes.
Oh, my son is. He doesn't like remakes, but he's for some reason.
I mean, it's not a remake.
Not a remake.
It's a sequel.
That's why he's.
It's built in the world. It's spinning on. It's a spin on. It's a reboot sequel, whatever, and it's got Yahya Abdul-Mateen II from Watchmen is like this artist who goes to Cabrini Green and gets really sucked into the whole Candyman thing.
You got a great cast. You got a great writer director.
And isn't the original Candyman in it somewhere?
Is there? Are we not supposed to know about that?
No, I think he.
I think we're.
Yeah,
I think it's in the trailer. Tony Todd is somehow
Tony
involved.
Todd.
He's involved.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he gave it his blessing.
It's interesting. I watched that movie at the behest of my son, and the original Candyman, thinking this is going to be dumb, and I don't want to really see this. It's a low budget but very effective movie.
Yep.
Very effective.
I have a good feeling about this new one. I gotta.
It's getting a lot of good buzz. And Nia DaCosta, young director, has done some good stuff. Jordan Peele is a co-screenwriter and one of the producers, so it's got that seal of approval.
All those. It's got a lot of cred coming in.
Yep.
And it's got Tony Todd.
Oh, and it's got Teyonah Parris from WandaVision.
Yes. So all of that'll be next week. Thank you, Sean Means.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Well, the storm looks like it's picking up, at least right outside our studio here, which means you could have wet roads, standing water, that sort of thing. So slow down, make sure your lights are on. Crash Harrison Boulevard, 42nd Street in Ogden. Crash northbound I-15, 11th South. This is up in Davis County, Kaysville area. Left shoulder affected there. Crash northbound I-15, Pleasant Grove Boulevard off-ramp in Utah County. And crash northbound I-15, 28 South in South Salt Lake. If you see something and it's safe for you to text us, please send it in and I will pass it along. 33986. Injured in an accident. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, hey, the car was running hot, so, Boner candidate number 2, thank goodness Inspector LePew was on the job. And boner candidate number 3, well, I knew my kid had COVID. That's why I sent him to school. Didn't want him at home.
Boners round 2 and Big Boy News all coming up after these. UtahAdvocates.com. I imagine there were a lot of car accidents yesterday.
I'm afraid so.
This morning, the rain the way it is.
If you are one of the unfortunates who are involved in something like that, you might want to consider contacting the advocates.
That's if you're injured. And you start getting those hospital bills, and you think, well, shouldn't the insurance company take care of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let the advocates deal with that. You don't know how to do that. They do. That's all they do.
Now, you might not need the advocates right now, but when you do, know they'll be there for you. And you don't pay a dime unless they take your case and get you a settlement. An advocate is available for you to talk to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can do it on just call them, 801-355-5550. That's 355-5550. Maybe you're shy. So maybe
you can talk to them anonymously with the chat feature.
Yeah, just go to the website, UtahAdvocates.com. It's all right there, the advocates.
Spine. Spell it with me now. S-P-I-N-E. Spine. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, featuring our 2 Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand Dardun Jr. has called his friend LeVar with worries on his mind. Never fails. It's always during my favorite show. Yellow.
LeVar?
Yeah.
It's LeGrand.
LeGrand, how's it going?
I'm a worried man, LeVar. I don't know what to do. It's about Midge.
Well, how is the lovely Mrs. Dunn LeGrand?
Well, LeVar, she ain't herself these days.
What do you mean she ain't herself? Well, who is she then?
Well, she's Midge, but she's not Midge.
Huh?
Well, first off, she's been losing weight, LeVar. She may have knocked off close to 100 pounds. She had to go out and buy a whole new set of moo-moos. And they're designer moo-moos, too. The Don Ho collection.
Well, that is odd, LeGrand.
And she started to wear makeup again.
Huh?
She hasn't worn makeup since we got married, LeVar. A woman with 16 kids doesn't have any place wearing makeup, LeVar.
That is strange.
And it's not even New Skin or Mary Kay, LeVar. It's that kind of makeup that Claudia Schifter wears.
Anything else?
Well, she covered up the I Heart Family Home Evening bumper sticker on the back of the Suburban with one that says, mean people suck.
Something is definitely up, LeGrand.
I know. So, I've been kind of trying to track down her whereabouts to see what's up.
You mean you've been spying on Midge?
Well, I wouldn't call it spying exactly. Just keeping tabs, like waiting down the street from the house and then following her car.
Spying, that's what that is, LeGrand, spying. Well, did you find out anything?
Well, when she said she was going to Relief Society, I followed her, and she ended up at the Deseret Gym. I think she may be working out, LeVar.
Well, mayhap she's just trying to get in shape and improve her quality of life. Mayhap she's tired of being as big as a Winnebago.
She's the mother of all my 16 kids, LeVar. She's not supposed to improve her quality of life. Her role as my spiritual partner is to improve my quality of life.
You find out anything else when you was spying on her?
Well, yesterday I caught her waxing her legs, shaving her armpit hair.
The hell you say? We got big trouble, LeGrand. I'm going to jump in the truck and be right over. That is, if the truck will start. She might be trying to become a feminist or something worse. She hasn't said anything about, taking night classes or the like, has she?
No. What are we gonna do, LeVar?
Well, we're gonna keep spying on her, LeGrand. Let's just hope that we don't find out that she's going to the symphony or the ballet or nothing like that. Tell you what, though, if we do, you pack them kids up in that Suburban and you ski-daddle out of there.
Okay, 8:21. It's time for round two of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote. These 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here means it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Good candidate. So that's why in round 2, you want to pick strategically so that the winner here goes up against the round 1 winner, and it's a good boner fight come up. 9:20 is when you'll decide boner of the day. So strategically pick a winner now from this round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You know, this Radio from Hell tote bag, it's so big. You could fit all of your worries in it. And you have a lot of worries. You could fit all of them in this tote bag.
Now, if you have troubles, you need to put them in a kit bag.
Yeah, that's a different.
But worries.
Yeah.
I just respectfully, a few months ago, one would have worked.
No, but
now it's...
Here's boner candidate number 1. But a car was running hot, so, yeah. Emergency crews in the city of Yakima, that's up in Washington, responded to calls around 11 a.m. on Tuesday from multiple residents reporting seeing a blue Chevy SUV in the water of the Yakima River.
Oh, there it is. Well, that's a car in a river.
X96.com.
That's not a blue
That's
or an
the
SUV.
one. That's the one. Deputies said that they responded to the scene, found the vehicle in the water, and the car's owner nearby. Emergency crews towed the vehicle back to the shore. Authorities told the local TV station there that the owner of the car told police that he had intentionally driven the vehicle into the river on Tuesday.
Why did he
Well,
do that?
because he needed to get some water into its radiator because he'd replaced the thermostat. And so the radiator was empty.
That's the best way, he thought,
it's-
to go about.
Hey, I'm close, and there's a lot of water right there.
That's not how it works.
According to How Stuff Works, it's possible to put water into a car's radiator to stop it from overheating, but it is, of course, preferable to add a mixture of coolant and water because plain water just boils away before the proper coolant will boil, causing your engine to overheat. It advises people to, quote, fill the radiator with a mixture of 60% coolant and 40% water. The reservoir, fill it to about an inch of the top. Well, the guy said I didn't have a hose. He didn't have a can of coolant, but he really needed the car was running hot. So, boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2. Thank goodness Inspector Lepew was on the job. A suspect who witnesses described as out of control and armed with a knife was captured Monday after officers found him cutting a vehicle's car tires while he was trying to escape from police. Officers responded shortly before 9 p.m. Once there, witnesses told the officer that the suspect, later identified as Michael Ring, was intoxicated, high as a kite on narcotics, and out of control. The 37-year-old Mr. King fled when officers arrived. As he hid from them, Mr. King was sprayed by a skunk. When officers eventually caught up with
It's a
him.
no good, very bad day.
Mr. Ring, I think I said King there. It was Ring. He was allegedly cutting a vehicle's tires and stinking like a skunk. That's how they identified him, really. And thank God Inspector Lepew was on the job. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I knew my kid had COVID. That's why I didn't want him at home.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
It's the coldest, driest, windiest place on Earth where weird and wild creatures thrive. Antarctica transports you to the farthest reaches of Earth and reveals that what happens there affects every single one of us, now playing in Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
Lady Gaga's hero, Dog Walker, who was shot protecting her beloved dog, says he now feels abandoned and unsupported.
What? What happened?
He is homeless and begging for money.
Wait a minute.
This is not an easy thing for me to ask, Ryan Fisher said, as he launched a GoFundMe seeking $40,000 to help him buy a van that he can live in down by the river.
Lady, take care of
him?
Is he not walking the dog anymore?
Mr. Fisher started his trip after leaving Los Angeles Hospital. The former dog walker had to undergo surgery after getting shot in the chest by armed dog nappers as he tried to protect the Shallow star's French bulldogs. His fundraiser included a video showing him in a hospital bed, as well as images of his bullet wounds and a soundtrack of someone shouting about being angrier than ever. At times I was scared. I was lonely. I felt abandoned and unsupported. I had long bouts of depression and doubt and self-pity, he said. But he said recently, I've said goodbye to Trudy. That's the name of his van. He had
A van named Trudy?
He had a van named Trudy.
I love
you, Trudy.
And,
Trudy, I do.
And he needs to get back home, and he's so here I am. Apparently I don't know. I thought she gave him some money.
I did. Well, you would
And you know, couch change from her
would get him a van.
would help him. Yeah.
People are asking, why won't Lady Gaga help you out?
We are people.
She was willing to provide $500,000 for the safe return of the dog, so I think she should be giving you at least $40,000 for a van. But there is no.
Yeah, John says that.
Conclusion here.
John says Gaga's net worth is almost $300 million. I mean, she could, you know, that's couch.
There must be something else to this.
Yeah,
It seems like it.
something's going on.
He seems not quite.
Maybe she's helped him a lot, and he's not.
I don't know. I wouldn't.
I don't know.
I'm not going to speculate.
Okay.
But, other than to say he seems a little bit off. Well, this will be exciting. A Netflix documentary of Bob Ross.
Is there a story there? Is there?
Well, Bob Ross
is there a secret we don't know about?
has been a beloved figure in pop culture for generations, but a newly released first trailer for Netflix's upcoming documentary, Bob Ross, Happy Accidents, Betrayal, and Greed, hints at a dark, untold secret from the late painter's life. We want to show you the trailer for Bob Ross, Happy Accidents. The text reads over black and white photo of Ross. Find out why, August 25th.
Is there murder?
No, but you know what I think it is? Now I'll speculate about this. It's what happened after he died.
You think?
I think, yeah.
That would be where the greed would come
I
in?
think there were fights over his estate and
Yeah, you're probably right.
and all that kind of stuff. So it'll be, but could be interesting. My kids got really into Bob Ross once a few years ago, and we got all of the episodes of the show. I don't know.
Somewhere, and I can't remember which service, has a Bob Ross channel.
Maybe that's what it was.
And it's 24/7.
A soothing.
But they watched it and watched it and watched, and they just fell in love with that guy.
Oh, yeah, it's soothing.
I want to say it's Pluto TV.
And I didn't know that, but I saw a few of those. He had this little chipmunk, named Peapod, that lived in his hair. That's true,
and it could.
Yeah,
because look at that.
In his hair.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't live there all the time, but he would let people. Oh, there's a little Peapod, isn't he cute? Peapod, and then Peapod would run up his shoulder and then up into his hair and hide out in his hair. He's a great little fellow. Now, he's a happy little clown.
But little did they know that Peepaw held a secret.
I'm going to be all over this Netflix documentary. And let's see, Robert De Niro. He hurt his leg.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's filming a movie with Martin Scorsese, of course. It's called Killers of the Flower Moon. And his leg, he's almost back to normal. He's 78 now, and but he was in France, and he's been photographed, and you don't see him very often.
No,
but he was photographed with his gal pal. It says it's Robert De Niro
Who
and
is it?
his gal pal, Tiffany Chen. She is a New York-based martial arts instructor.
Cool.
Wow.
Good for him.
All right. Now, a cloud of unease, of course, has descended.
Has followed me everywhere these days.
Exactly. Me too.
Over America's pandemic summer, arriving with an inescapable sense of deja vu. It's happening all over again. Now, when is this going to end?
Do you have the date there? Because that would be helpful.
Well, this article says we don't have clear-cut answers, but here are some insights. And this is according to an article in The Atlantic. Delta has completely changed the pandemic endgame. Here are 3 big takeaways from a report by Ed Young. Number 1, vaccination alone will not save us. To be clear, the shots are still the best way for individuals to protect themselves, but highly vaccinated communities can still be vulnerable thanks to breakthrough infections which at this point remain very rare, and Delta's extreme transmissibility. Number 2, Delta makes it clear this virus ain't going anywhere. The virus is pretty much certain to go from being a pandemic to being endemic. That means it
Like
will
the
always
flu
be
and
here
like-
like the
yeah.
common cold.
Mm-hmm.
Most people will meet the virus eventually.
Hello, virus.
Hi there, I'm the virus. We want to ensure that as many people as possible do so with 2 doses of vaccine in them, and that everyone else does so over as much time as possible. And number 3, right now we just need to buy some time. Time for hospitals to dodge surges, time for kids to get some in-person schooling, time for
That's what wearing masks will help you do.
time for the oh, you always come back to that, don't you?
We're biding
Yes,
time.
time for the immunocompromised to get boosters.
Yep.
Time for researchers to study breakthrough cases.
Give our healthcare workers a
Yeah.
break,
All of it.
because they are about at the end of their rope.
Yeah. Most of the crews battling the Parley's Canyon fire, they've been sent home.
Well, it's better, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty much done. They're still watching it, but the rain keeps falling now, and I'm sure that it will stay. It will remain contained, and eventually it will be out. Let's see, Ken Kurson. He's a guy who was a friend of Jared Kushner's, and he got into a bunch of legal problems and he went to jail. But before Donald Trump left office, he pardoned his son-in-law's friend.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 7 months after being pardoned by President Trump, Kurson, a one-time editor of the New York Observer, faces now new charges of unlawfully spying on his former wife by secretly gaining access to her computer.
So this is a bad guy that should have stayed in jail.
Well, he is a close friend of Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner.
Mm-hmm.
He was charged in state criminal court in Manhattan on Wednesday with eavesdropping and computer trespass, both felonies.
You'd think if you got a pardon, a presidential pardon, you'd try to keep your nose clean.
Oh, this is
after
state charges.
Oh, this is
See, because if it's federal pardon, but the states can still charge you with stuff.
Yeah, Kurson, he put this software on his wife or ex-wife's computer trying to get some dirt on her, but he wasn't really good at it, apparently.
No.
He says, it says here, the software is called Web Watcher, and he didn't know how to work it very well, and he kept calling the company and asking them. He said stuff like that. So he's kind of a dumbass. Is that it?
Yeah. Sports weather traffic.
For the 3rd time this season, Real Salt Lake shared the pitch with the Houston Dynamo with their first 2 meetings, ended in a draw. RSL was like, no, we can't do that again, and they didn't. They won on Wednesday night at Rio Tinto Stadium in the rain. Let's see, they play next on Saturday, August 21st. They play Colorado that night. Speaking of playing in the rain, you could do that right this very minute if you go outside. It's still storming here in downtown Salt Lake, which is nice. This is like going and sitting on the couch under a blanket weather. Why aren't we all doing that right now?
I'm gonna later.
Let's see, 80% chance of showers continuing throughout the day today. Probably by this evening that will taper off, but it's nice and cool. 66 for a high. Now it is still smoky. That should be moving out by tomorrow, they're saying. So it's this weird, wet, campfire-y kind of air we have right now. Let's see, traffic. As I refresh this, just a reminder that there can be standing water out there.
We got slammed here about 5 minutes ago. It was so much rain, you could hear it inside.
And that's probably happening throughout the valley, so make sure you slow down and that your lights are on, please. Crash southbound I-215 west at 2300 north. It is on the right shoulder. Crash northbound I-15 just prior to the Layton Parkway at milepost 329. That is also on the left shoulder. And like I said, just be aware of the water and turn your lights on. Front of the program says accident at the intersection of 33rd South 7th East just happened. Thank you for sending that in via text at 33986. For a limited time, get a professional AC tune-up or AC diagnostic service for only $39. Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Yeah, I knew my kid had COVID. That's why I didn't want him at home. A parent knowingly sent their child to school after receiving confirmation of positive COVID-19 test, exposing more than 80 students to the disease on the first day of school. That's the Washoe County Health Department it's Nevada, yeah. The Washoe County School District will not say how many students at Marshurst Middle School they excluded on the second day of a new school year. Those who were notified can't return until August 20th if they have not been fully vaccinated. Families of kids who may have been exposed were notified in a message sent by the principal, Brandon Bringhurst. Out of an abundance of caution and due to exposure to COVID-19, your student must be in quarantine at home per Washoe County Health District guidelines, Mr. Bringhurst said in his message. The school in southwest Reno opened in August of 2020 under pandemic conditions when middle and high school students were rotating in the buildings. Oh, by the way, the parent who sent the kid to school knowing that the kid had COVID, the parent knew the kid had COVID because the parent has COVID as well.
Yeah, this is America. Yep, this is what we've always been this, but now we're showing what we really
Boner
are.
Candidate number 3. Well, I knew my kid had COVID. That's why I didn't want him at home.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner Candidate number 1. Well, the car was running really hot, so it's a guy who drove his car into the Yakima River and submerged it because he needed to fill the radiator with water. Boner Candidate number 2. Well, thank goodness Inspector Lepew was on the job. It's a guy who's a suspect in a robbery, and he was hiding in the bushes, and a skunk came along and sprayed him. It was easy to identify after that. And Boner Candidate number 3, I knew my kid had COVID. That's why I didn't want them at home.
This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here makes it go up against the winner of round 1. Good candidate last round. So choose strategically this round 2. Send one of these 3 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or just call Katie in the producer's booth and tell her. 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting August 19, 2021, and vote there. You've only got about 4.5 minutes is all, so let's get to it. This is round 2. Spine. Spell it with me now. S-P-I-N-E. Spine. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, featuring our 2 Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand Ardun Jr. has called his friend LeVar with worries on his mind. Never fails. It's always during my favorite show. Yellow.
LeVar?
Yeah.
It's LeGrand.
LeGrand, how's it going?
I'm a worried man, LeVar. I don't know what to do. It's about Midge.
Well, how is the lovely Mrs. Dunn LeGrand?
Well, LeVar, she ain't herself these days.
What do you mean she ain't herself? Well, who is she then?
Well, she's Midge, but she's not Midge.
Huh?
Well, first off, she's been losing weight, LeVar. She may have knocked off close to 100 pounds. She had to go out and buy a whole new set of moo-moos. And they're designer moo-moos, too. The Don Ho collection.
Well, that is odd, LeGrand.
And she started to wear makeup again.
Huh?
She hasn't worn makeup since we got married, LeVar. A woman with 16 kids doesn't have any place wearing makeup, LeVar.
That is strange.
And it's not even New Skin or Mary Kay, LeVar. It's that kind of makeup that Claudia Schifter wears.
Anything else?
Well, she covered up the I Heart Family Home Evening bumper sticker on the back of the Suburban with one that says, "Mean people suck."
Something is definitely up, LeGrand.
I know. So, I've been kind of trying to track down her whereabouts to see what's up.
You mean you've been spying on Midge?
Well, I wouldn't call it spying exactly. Just keeping tabs, you know, like waiting down the street from the house and then following her car.
Spying, that's what that is, LeGrand, spying. Well, did you find out anything?
Well, when she said she was going to Relief Society, I followed her, and she ended up at the Deseret Gym. I think she may be working out, LeVar.
Well, mayhaps she's just trying to get in shape and improve her quality of life. Mayhaps she's tired of being as big as a Winnebago.
She's the mother of all my 16 kids, LeVar. She's not supposed to improve her quality of life. Her role as my spiritual partner is to improve my quality of life.
You find out anything else when you was spying on her?
Well, yesterday I caught her waxing her legs, shaving her armpit hair.
The hell you say? We got big trouble, LeGrand. I'm gonna jump in the truck and be right over. That is, if the truck will start. You know, she might be trying to become a feminist or something worse. She hasn't said anything about, you know, taking night classes or the like, has she?
No. What are we gonna do, LeVar?
Well, we're gonna keep spying on her, LeGrand. Let's just hope that we don't find out that she's going to the symphony or the ballet or nothing like that. Tell you what, though, if we do, you pack them kids up in that Suburban and you ski-daddle out of there.
That's award round 2 of your boner.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by the very last of the brown butter bourbon.
How's it taking you this long to polish that off?
Half a gallon of ice cream, Gina.
Oh, it's half a gallon. Wow.
Jeez.
What's the brand? Do you remember?
It's the Private Select brand.
Okay. It's your Kroger.
Yeah,
right?
And it was remarkably good.
And for a limited time, get a professional AC tune-up or AC diagnostic service for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
Boner candidate number 1. Car was running hot, so, that was a perfectly good boner candidate.
Sure.
Guy driving his car into the river to fill the radiator. Come on.
My car is thirsty.
But no, you got the fewest of all of them.
Yeah, I kind of thought.
Number 2, to me, this was the weakest one. Inspector Lepew was on the job.
That was kind of fun.
I mainly liked it because of because of a reference to Pepe Le Pew.
Those two are classic examples of boners.
But you just couldn't.
In the old days, those would have just been.
Oh, but these are the new times.
Yes.
This is COVID. We're living it, baby. Boner candidate number 3, 121 votes.
There you go. That's your winner of round 2. All right. No, we got a good boner fight coming up, though, with these two candidates. So we'll take the winner from round 1 and this winner from round 2, put them against each other. You will vote at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day.
It's a National Potato Day, of course. You know what I want? Scallop potatoes. No, but nobody,
I haven't had scallop potatoes in a while.
I know, they used to be very popular. Now,
And au gratin?
Yeah.
Au gratin.
Is it
It's not au gratin.
It's potatoes au rotten, as we used to.
It's au gratin.
What is that? But that's not the same thing as scallop potatoes.
Well, there are scalloped potatoes in potatoes. That is how they are sliced.
Yes.
Oh, so that's why some people call them. They call them scallop potatoes.
Because it's too hard to say au gratin.
Potatoes au gratin. Anyway, and one other quick thing. I don't really know Kevin Hart, his comedy, and I stumbled on some YouTube video thing of the Graham Norton show, a British talk show, and he was on with The Rock, and I guess he's in that Jungle Boat. Movie. Jungle Cruise.
Well, and they were in Jumanji together.
And he's hilarious. Kevin Hart is hilarious. My God, that guy was funny.
You mean as a guest on a show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's different from the stand-up thing.
Yeah, I'm sure. I haven't seen his stand-up, but he was just. He's of course he was sitting next to The Rock, but he's an itty bitty guy.
If you like him as a guest on a talk show, I don't know how you would feel about him as the host of a talk show.
Well,
he has his own.
I know. I'm going to go look it up.
Talk show. Heart to Heart is what it's called.
I'm gonna. He was just hilarious.
I can't remember what service that's on. I think it's HBO Max. I don't know. There's all these services, and I can't keep them straight.
Too many. And I still have a cord too.
You haven't cut that yet?
Nope. I've got all of them. Maybe that's the problem, is that I got too many of them. You were surprised that you liked Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
I was surprised that I liked a movie that I liked. And I'm questioning whether it's a good movie that surprised me or my judgment is off because of my depression.
Oh, okay.
What?
Because that movie Freaky.
I don't know
with
this movie.
Vince Vaughn. Katie liked it.
Freaky.
Here comes Katie.
I don't even know it.
See here, it was in and out of theaters really quick.
We did an episode on my podcast about this.
Tell people about your podcast.
Oh, I have a podcast. It's called Horror Cats and Witch Hats, and we review horror movies and fun things.
Oh, no, what's it called again?
Horror Cats and Witch Hats.
Okay. All right. Now, Freaky is a horror movie? Or
So Freaky, you're familiar with the Freaky Friday movie. It's the body switch thing. Yes. You've seen the body switch is
a bunch.
Many, many times. Okay. This one is a high school girl.
Okay.
And a serial killer switch bodies.
Oh, I read
by Vince Vaughn.
Yeah.
So Vince Vaughn is a serial killer.
Okay. And then he somehow.
And he becomes. They somehow swap bodies. I won't. How they do it, it doesn't matter.
It's been around for a while. This movie.
A couple of months or so.
It came out last year, I believe.
Yeah.
Was it last
I think
year?
it was last year.
All right.
The Atlantic calls it the most purely enjoyable horror movie made in years.
It's so funny.
Okay, well that makes me feel a little bit better.
I read some. Now I didn't. The title didn't resonate with me. But when you described it, I read some reviews of it when it came out, and they were all positive.
Because my depression is so profound these days, I'm questioning my everything, all my judgment, because I liked that Nicolas Cage Pig movie too.
That got good reviews too, Kerry.
But this Freaky movie was. I mean, I haven't liked Vince Vaughn in anything for a long
He stole
time.
that whole movie.
But this is like the performance of his career.
People said it's just bizarre to see him as a high school girl.
High school girl.
It's perfect. It is so funny that the way that he figured out how to do the way she runs and things like that, it was so entertaining.
Yeah.
So I love it.
Yes, but that's why I'm questioning my my judgment on a lot of things because of my depression. But I guess
You're
I'm
being
okay with
backed
this.
up by Katie and the Atlantic.
Well,
and me.
And, well, you didn't see it.
I read the reviews.
It's just like directing it.
I
It's
read
the
the
same.
reviews. That's something.
But yeah, I actually enjoyed it. It was actually fun, and it took my mind off of things for about an hour and a half.
You like Vince Vaughn
in Swingers?
Well, it was not a good season of that show.
Yeah.
True Crime.
True Detective.
True Detective. Yeah, he was.
It was not a good season of it.
And he was
but
okay.
he was good in it.
Yeah, he was okay in it. But I haven't liked him. Swingers, I liked him, and then he started making a lot of bad decisions, in my opinion. But then he's
Wedding Crashers, Carrie. Come on.
again.
That was great. Hilarious. The only thing it lacked was Kevin Hart.
See, originally, I didn't like Vince Vaughn all that much either. I was never really a huge fan of his stuff. And so I was super skeptical walking into this movie, too, with Izzy, my co-host on my podcast. And both of us loved this movie. It was so funny, and he steals the entire movie with how he acts when he's body switched.
Oh, here's the thing. Because I liked these movies. It's the same guy who wrote and directed the Happy Death Day movies.
Correct. Yeah.
And
So
those are enjoyable.
Similar tone.
For the most part, they're enjoyable.
Was Kevin Hart in any of those?
No. Happy Death Days is a lot like Groundhog Day in a horror movie. Basically. That's the gist of that one.
See, again, I've read about
Yeah, I'm sure.
that as well.
Yeah.
I enjoyed those.
Yeah.
But okay, I feel better now. Jim says it felt cheesy as soon as I saw the girl acting weird with eating breakfast. I was like, never mind.
Oh, when she first wakes up.
Yeah.
That's because the serial killer hasn't eaten an actual food in a long time. If you
Katie
figure it
gets
out.
it.
Again, my podcast goes into detail. If you want to go listen to it, it's out there on all the different platforms.
I wouldn't mind, but I think I should see the movie.
I do. I agreed. It's really entertaining. So, yeah. Go follow my podcast. I appreciate it.
It's called again.
Horror, Cats, and Witch Hats.
Now, I know Gina wanted to talk about Colin Jost and Scarlett Johansson's kid.
Do you think
Cosmo?
Do you think that's real?
Yeah.
Think that's really the name?
Yeah.
Cosmo Jost?
Sure. Why not? I thought.
Would it
hey,
be Cosmo Jost?
Yeah.
That would be pretty classic.
Or would it be Cosmo Jost Johansson?
Oh, I don't know.
Could be. But Cosmo, I kind of like the name.
I mean, it's unique.
He'll be the only one in his class.
Yeah.
Cosmo.
I think you would have been disappointed if it was like Jim or something. You know,
Probably.
Famous Cosmos.
Kramer.
Yeah, that's the first
Kramer.
one I think.
Yeah.
That's the only one I can think
and,
of.
Topper. Cosmo Topper.
I don't know who that is.
Topper was a ghost, a TV show about a ghost that lived with these, with this wealthy couple.
Well, here's a recording of possible names that they were mulling around before.
Martin, I've been giving thought to the idea of naming my child. It's a great responsibility, choosing the right name. If I call him Zeus,
But that would cause problems of high expectation. Maybe I call him awful.
that would cause problems of low expectation. Maybe I call him Fire. That would cause panic whenever someone calls his name. I would like this.
Yeah. Could be
Eddie!
worse. Could be worse.
Famous people named Cosmo? There are a bunch of them.
Crash northbound I-215 west, 7th north in Salt Lake. It's off to the left shoulder. Crash southbound I-15 at 26 south and Woods Cross. 3 right lanes are closed there. Crash southbound I-215, 2300 north. Let's see. Crash northbound I-15, milepost 329, just prior to Layton Parkway. Probably these are weather related because we have the rain back, and that means there's standing water and issues. Make sure you slow down and turn your lights on. If you do see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can text it to us 33986.
We will take a break. We will be back. Boner Fight is on the way. Stand by for that. Ranlife.com.
If you are looking for a home, I suggest you go secure a mortgage with a local mortgage company, Ran Life. The Ran Life experts would like to help you get into your house. They want to turn your dreams into an address.
I like that.
As they say, yeah. So get a free no obligation quote from Rand Life. Their experienced loan officers are standing by. You can start the journey today. All you have to do is go to their website, randlife.com, or call them. They're very, very good on the phone with letting you know where you are in the process. Now, maybe you'll find that you're not quite ready. You don't have quite the capital to do it. But Rand Life will help you. They'll give you a plan, and if you follow their plan, at the end of that time, you'll be able to get a home.
Mm-hmm.
So call Rand Life, 801-478-4500. I've dealt with them before. They're great. 801-478-4500. It's Rand Life. Let's see, Gina, if we can maybe recreate. This is before Carrie signed on. It was just you and I. It was just you and I on the line, and this is what happened.
Okay.
Gina said to me, "Good morning."
Morning, Bill.
Hi, Gina. And then you asked me how I was.
How are you today?
Well, I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm fine. I may have to go to the Instacare later, though. I may have to.
So that's so Gina.
Hang on.
Oh, I'm fine.
There we go.
I'm fine. I may have to go to Instacare later. So you're not fine.
I mean, no. I guess I'm. I mean,
So-
other
so-
than this one thing, I'm pretty good.
What do you, now? Let me guess.
Okay.
You have a boil that may need to be lanced.
No.
You've broken your ankle.
I don't know.
Oh, we're getting warm there.
Well,
Getting warm
I think
there.
I heard her mention her ankle earlier.
Did you trip along with Mitt Romney? Did you both? Were you together?
We were walking together.
Were you
don't want to
roughhousing
admit it?
with the kids?
So remember a couple of months ago when I one time ordered dog food to be delivered, and I felt really bad for the delivery guy because it's like 50 pounds, and I'm like, I'm not doing that anymore to my poor delivery drivers. That's all
You
they
mean
do all day.
The delivery drivers who get paid for lifting things and delivering things, and
It's one thing to drop a 5-pound package on my doorstep. It's another to drop a bag of dog food.
okay.
So I fed Riley yesterday morning, and I noticed she was out. Like, okay, well, today I got to go get dog food. So I put on my clogs that have a tiny heel on them and went to Sugar House Commons to go to the Petco to get her Science Diet perfect weight for fat golden retrievers dog food. And the curbs at Sugar House Commons are uneven. Like, you know when you're carrying something and you step off a curb and you have a sense of, well, that should be where the ground is. It should be right there. And oh no, it's a good 3 or 4 inches more than that. So your
Yes. Now,
momentum is
Were you carrying a heavy bag of dog food at the time?
So I was carrying things, and I rolled my ankle, and I didn't hear anything snap, but it was sharp, instant pain. So much so that I thought, I don't know if I'm going to be able to drive my car, because it was my right foot. So I hopped into the driver's seat, and I sat there for like 20 minutes going, okay, what am I going to do?
No, you were doing this. You were doing this for 20 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Did you see me?
Did you have any plan as to what you would do if you couldn't drive your car?
No plan.
20 minutes. You couldn't have said, maybe I could call my sister, my husband, my mother. Maybe I could call. No, that never occurred to you.
No.
Okay. All right.
So I wasn't that far from home. You know how you always think, no matter where you are, I can make it home. It could be an hour away. I can make it home. So I made it home.
Yes.
And my husband called, and I did the same thing to him, Bill, by the way.
Hi, babe. How's it going? Hey, Boots.
Yeah.
Hey, Boots. Hey, Boots. How are you? What's going on?
I'm good. Well, except maybe this
Yeah, what?
thing. And he said, "Do you want me to come home?" I said, "No." Fine.
No.
And he said, "Well, at least call the telehealth and talk to them and see what they say to do." So I called the telehealth.
And they said, put ice on it.
And they said, put ice on it and take
When
ibuprofen.
she could have called me.
But she also said, can you put weight on it?
Okay. Well, what? You mean like a barbell or something?
No, like me.
Oh,
Can I
something
put
really
weight?
heavy.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is where the negotiation happens.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, kind of,
Mm-hmm.
but it hurts really bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't want to go to Instacare. I don't.
Mhm.
So I talked myself out. I'm like, yeah, I can put weight on it. And she's like, well, as long as you can put weight on it, just ice it and take ibuprofen, and it's probably okay.
Mm-hmm.
It really hurts to walk on it.
Well, yeah, it would this morning, yeah.
So-
because you've pulled all those muscles, and they're going to be sore after a night of sleep.
Here's the trick. Here's the trick. Have you got ice on it right now?
No, I have it propped up, but
You should put ice on it now. But here's the trick. When you do
Well,
decide
yeah,
to go to
excuse me.
Instacare,
yeah.
how are you going to get there?
Good question.
Well, my mother called me last night.
Oh, thank God somebody called you so that you could ask for help.
Oh, good, yes.
Well, she called me because I had, about an hour prior to this incident, made us mani-pedi appointments because it's her birthday this week. And I thought I'll take her and get her a mani-pedi. And so she called me and she said, I'm excited about our mani-pedi. And I said, well, maybe I could do the mani. I don't know about the pedi. But no, I didn't call her to tell it. But so she said, let me know if you want me to drive you to the Instacare. If nothing else, I just want them to tell me it's not broken.
Well,
and
your husband's a doctor, Dr. Jones.
yeah.
I mean, he's not a medical doctor, but he's had some experience. What does he think?
Well, he thinks I should go get it X-rayed.
Well, yes.
Because
You
he doesn't have
probably
an
should.
X-ray at home.
He doesn't have X-ray vision.
No.
All this talk all these years, I could have swore he has that. Now Sue says that you need to get that looked at because it could be your Achilles heel. Because my brother-in-law, Porterhouse,
Blow out that tendon, you mean?
blew out his
Achilles
Achilles. He heard a pop when it snapped.
It's so dumb, though. You feel so dumb. I just stepped off a curb. It's not, nothing exciting happened. It was
Gina, let's remember, I just fell out of a tree.
That's true.
Well, that's way more exciting than stepping off a curb, Katie. Here's
Still the same
Gina,
idea.
people just step off a curb and get hit by buses. You know, I just stepped off a curb.
I just stepped off the curb. You just feel you feel dumb, though. You feel like, and you can feel it happening. Like, I'm putting my foot down. The ground should be there. Where's the ground? Where's the ground? It should be right there. Oh, there it is.
Well,
that feeling.
often a sprain is more, they say, is often more painful and, it'll get more swollen and than a break. Is it all purple and everything?
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
swollen, and I just want someone to look at it and go, "This is what it is," and maybe wrap it up really tight or something. Because
Get some ice on it, right, though. Even now,
People are saying sprains hurt worse than breaks.
so it's probably what.
And they're curious as to whether the dog food is still in your car.
No, I sent the kids to.
I'm getting dozens of messages about why you didn't use a grocery cart to take your dog food to your car, but that's asking too much.
No, it's one thing. I don't need a cart for one thing.
Also, if the doctor asks how you did it, use your son's example and say you were wrestling a bear.
A bear, yes.
All right. Okay. because, okay, on this day,
Well, we like an excuse to play David Bowie.
I'll take any excuse. But you did warn me that this was...
Was this the 9 Inch Nails version remix?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was...
Is that why?
No.
Why?
It's, because I ran across this list of celebrities you didn't know were left-handed.
And Bowie was on the list.
Bowie's on the list. You know who else is on the list? Barack Obama.
Lefty, eh?
Yeah. Actually, there have been 8 left-handed presidents.
I always knew Obama was a lefty.
Interesting. Just to go back to the song for 1 second. I looked it up here. It was co-written by Brian Eno. So it was Bowie and Brian Eno. It was not released. It was made for an album in 1996 called Outside, but it wasn't. They didn't put it on there. They didn't like it. It wasn't released until a rough remix or a rough mix appeared on the soundtrack for the movie Showgirls. and people heard it and went, hey, that's kind of a cool John and Bowie song. And so he put it on another album later.
With help from Trent Reznor.
Yeah, and then there are a bunch of apparently there are a whole bunch of different industrial remixes.
Angelina Jolie, left-handed. It's affected her acting in that she's had to have special guns made for lefties when she was in Tomb Raider. Bruce Willis.
We'll just let her go on and on with this. I can't do 20 sauces that will change the way you cook forever. I can't do that.
A good list. X96.
Oprah Winfrey, lefty.
Well.
Celine Dion.
Oh, my.
Hugh Jackman.
For heaven's sakes, you don't say.
You can tell because when he punches his Wolverine, you leak left.
John Cena, lefty.
Isn't that something?
Julia Roberts.
Well, I'll be darned.
And every one of them liberals. I knew they were lefties.
Justin Bieber.
My goodness.
Kate Hudson.
I will be hornswoggled.
Keanu Reeves.
For heck's sake.
Lisa Kudrow.
Left-handed, you say?
All customers of the Leftorium.
Ned Flanders, Leftorium.
Mm-hmm.
Addly-do.
Nicole Kidman.
My gosh.
Robert De Niro.
Well, it certainly hasn't seemed to affect his talent.
He's gone far with his handicap.
Sarah Jessica Parker.
All of them.
You did
so
not
brave.
know. Brand new mother of baby Cosmo, Scarlett Johansson.
Did she have the baby?
Left-handed.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they just picked the name.
No, I think it was they.
Did they have the baby?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think so.
Oh.
Seth Rogen, left-handed.
Holy hell! When's it gonna stop?
And 3 more. Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, left-handed.
That's 1.
Tina Fey.
There's 2.
Left-handed. And finally, Tom Cruise.
My goodness, how does he do all of those stunts and be left-handed? So I forget who there was somebody said, Tom Cruise's big talent is it's running with his hands open. And it's I hadn't.
He doesn't make fists.
No.
He runs
And
with
I've seen I've heard people talk about it, and it's true. He has a running scene in most of his movies.
Mm-hmm.
But then think about it. He doesn't. Most people when they run, they kind of ball up there. He runs with his hands like wide open. He runs.
Maybe he thinks it makes him look taller.
No, because I would have figured that out. I would have tried that.
Now, is it because is he running like that shape-shifting Terminator?
Yeah, that kind
Oh,
of.
okay.
Yeah. Which, if you think about it, is kind of odd.
All right.
And he's left-handed. Well, my goodness.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay. We will take a break. We will be back. We got a reasonable amount of news and boner fight on the way.
We need a break after that.
Yes. Some heavy lifting there.
Heavy lifting.
Heavy lifting. All right. Why don't we have a contract? I don't understand.
I don't either. I don't either.
All right. Take a break. We'll be back with all of that on the way. Stand by.
The X96.
I haven't dyed my goatee.
Don't. Looks
Well, I'm not-
stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so.
it embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I have never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me, don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is kind of she's kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No. This girl's like, Valentine's Day is coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. That the nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute. Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your visor down in the mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm
of
not
it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you?
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere.
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, "Oh, I didn't know I had hair there."
Yeah, well, I have, but I can't.
Tweezers in
but,
your car.
But it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it, and doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blink? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because the robot's going to die at some point. 9:20. And we got a boner fight coming up here in about 7 minutes.
Okay.
So, a reasonable amount of news, bordering on big boy news and opinioendo. Brought to you by
Salt Lake City has switched to ranked choice voting for November's election. Instead of voting for or against someone, voters select candidates in preferred order. Want more information? Visit www.slc.gov/RCV.
Thank you.
So we were talking about a Lady Gaga's dog
Yes.
walker.
And how he's homeless.
Well, yeah.
Or claims to be homeless.
Claims to be homeless, needs a van, he needs a new van. And and people are criticizing Lady Gaga for not stepping up and helping him. Well, apparently she paid all of his medical bills.
So she did.
Well, that's good.
Okay.
So she did help him. But now he's kind of, sounds like he's angling for a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he's getting greedy?
I don't know. So we'll see. He has launched a GoFundMe, though. He needs $40,000 to buy a new van so he can drive across the United States. Okay. All right. Now, Carrie, you'll have to explain some of this to me.
Okay, I'll try.
The Flash.
Yes.
Michael Keaton is
Yes.
in it as Batman.
Yes.
Okay. So it says here, even Michael Keaton is confused about the upcoming return to his iconic Batman role after a two-film stint as Batman in 1989 and 92. And to me, he is the definitive Batman. I had to read the script more than 3 times, and I went, wait a minute, what? How does this work? He said. He said the director finally sat me down and had to explain it all.
But we don't know yet, right?
No.
Well, it's kind of explained here, but I still don't get it.
What it is there are multiple universes, right? And the Flash can move so fast that he can, time travel.
Okay.
But he can also access these other universes. Now, there was and I'm going to get this wrong, Robert, so straighten me out, because it's a DC thing and I'm a Marvel guy. But there was a storyline called Crisis on Infinite Earths, where some of the universes were being destroyed.
Okay.
And it was all headed to our universe.
Okay.
And so the Flash had to run so fast that he was able to merge all the universes into one.
Okay.
And
that makes perfect sense.
And so what'll happen is that this Batman is from a different universe that Michael Keaton wouldn't see. But he'll be brought into our universe.
Okay.
Probably. See, it's all merging all of your IPs. See,
And apparently, Ben Affleck is also.
Ben Affleck also, because he's a different Batman from a different universe.
Which one is who was the Batman with the nipples?
That was
Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer.
Or was it Clooney?
Or Clooney.
Who was
No,
one?
it was Clooney.
Was it Clooney?
Clooney had the nipples.
It was Clooney.
Okay. Michael Keaton says, I haven't. Yeah.
Oh, Flashpoint is the storyline that I'm referencing, not Crisis.
Michael
it's
Keaton also says, I haven't seen an entire comic book movie since I saw myself in Batman.
Then he's really going to be lost.
He says
he didn't even watch himself in the second Batman that he was in?
He said after
because he was with Michelle Pfeiffer.
After the first Batman, I'm not sure I've seen an entire comic book movie at all. I just never got around to it.
How do you never get around to it? That's a lot of never getting around to.
You're talking to a guy who wasn't in the zeitgeist of that whole comic book world. When I went down to do the Marvel things in Atlanta, it's an entire city dedicated to Marvel, he said, and they'll be doing Marvel movies forever, and I'll be dead, and they'll still be doing Marvel movies, describing his suitability for the role in the same interview. Oh, Tim Burton was talking about picking Keaton to be the original Batman.
Yeah. Now, see, he'll be in the Flash movie as Batman. But then you remember he was terrific in the Spider-Man movie as the Vulture.
I don't remember.
Then
Michael Keaton.
Yeah, but
as Adrian Toombs. Oh, he was so
I
good
don't
in
think
it.
I saw that.
It's such a delightful little movie because that Tom Holland he's my favorite Spider-Man. And then he's also going to be playing the Vulture. This is confusing. In this Morbius movie with Jared Leto as the vampire.
Okay, I remember that.
Which is Marvel adjacent.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
Anyway, he's
hard to keep track.
Michael Keaton's doing a lot of stuff. Right
He's
now.
out and about.
Yep. Let's see. Utah County officials are investigating a case of animal cruelty. It is a third case of animal cruelty involving the same guy, 63-year-old Jex Lemoyne Hyatt. Jex Lemoyne Hyatt of Salt Lake has already been convicted once and charged a second time in cases of animal cruelty involving cattle that he owns and keeps in the Lake Shore area west of Spanish Fork. The first incident happened on May 5, 2021, when deputies responded to report that 10 to 12 young calves were starving in a pasture the guy owns.
It's a sad photo at x96.com/live.
According to a release, deputies found the calves were lethargic and either would not or could not get up off the ground.
What's wrong with people?
They also found calves stuck in a cement ditch. Deputies contacted Hyatt, and he said that he would resolve the issue, but then didn't do anything. He has since been convicted of that violation. He's scheduled to serve 5 days in jail. Then again, on the 30th of July, deputies responded to a call on more reports of starving cattle in the same location. Deputies found 30 cows and calves in the pasture, for which the size of the pasture was too many.
Mm-hmm.
Hyatt was issued a citation for that, and now other. Well, I mean, he obviously doesn't have the means to take care of the cattle.
So get rid of them.
I think if my father was alive, he would say to this guy, your cattle need to be taken away from you, and you need to not be allowed to have any ever again.
Hurricane Grace is expected to hit Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula today after sweeping through the Caribbean as a tropical storm. It will bring with it dangerous winds, rain, possible storm surges. Then it could threaten Mexico's mainland as a Category 1 storm. Fred is still battering the eastern U.S.
I feel like Fred's been around for weeks.
It's been moving slow.
No, that's dread.
Oh.
Dropping a lot.
Hurricane dread.
Your feeling of dread, I mean.
Countries are still racing to evacuate their citizens from Afghanistan and potentially accommodate an influx of Afghan refugees fleeing Taliban rule. And Disney parks have a new app. Which will help you skip lines.
What's wrong with it? Carrie shaking his head.
Well, you have to pay for it.
Oh, it's another thing you have to pay for.
It's another thing you have to pay for. They've figured out that the way they're going to make money is to nickel and dime you. So the Fast Pass is gone now.
There's no way to get it?
It's gone. And they were free, remember?
Right.
Yeah, sure.
You just had to ask for
Disney
it.
is rolling out this new service that will help park goers streamline their visits and cut down on wait times. Genie, which debuts this fall at California's Disneyland and in Florida at Disney World, is a new digital service that will maximize your park time so you can have more fun. From specific attractions, food experiences, and entertainment to general interests, the Disney princesses, villains, Pixar, Star Wars, Thriller. See, it's all at your
Now,
fingertips.
what they'll tell you is that Genie is free. That's true.
It'll do all the planning for you.
The app is free, and it'll do that planning for you. But it's not called Fast Pass anymore, but it's in there, and it'll cost you like $15.
Tell Genie what you are interested in specifically, and it will schedule it all for you.
That sounds good. That thing sounds... The scheduling sounds good.
So here it is. The free service will be built into Disney Parks' established apps with a paid version called Disney Genie that allows guests to access the Lightning Lane.
The Lightning Lane, which is the Fast Pass lane.
Yeah. For $15 at Disney World and $20 at Disneyland.
So, they're going to get you.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
But, it might be worth it. It'll help you maximize your $300 that you spent to get in there. All right, here we go. The winner. What is a ticket to Disneyland now?
It's ridiculous.
$130 or...
It's almost $150 probably.
All right. Anyway, here we go. Round one's winner was. I forgot. I thought I put the wrong one in there, but I didn't. Larry
Elder.
Yeah. What is the proper role of government then? A gubernatorial candidate and radio scum, Larry Elder, said employers should be able to ask women if and when they plan to get pregnant. And he also says, listen, the government needs to stay out of relationships between employers and employees. Now, if the government wants to go mess around, in your personal life about abortion, that's a different matter. And then that's going up against number 2. The title says it all. I knew my kid had COVID. That's why I didn't want them at home. Boner candidate, send them to school.
Yep.
Boner candidate number 2.
Okay, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one should be boner of the day? 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or call Katie right now and just tell her, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Fight August 19, 2021, and vote there. More than likely, you won't see that box right away because we just put it up there. So refresh your internet browser, and it'll appear. Click on it and vote. You have 300 seconds. This is Boner of the Day.
When Radio from Hell.
Gina's back. So anyway, so anyway.
Carrie walked in and he said, "You're walking like some of your."
You're walking like somebody who had their guts ripped out.
You're walking like your insides are all wrong.
Because she was doing this.
Yeah.
And I started to tell Carrie, and then I said, "Wait, I'll tell you on the radio." What you should never do is go on message boards about surgery.
You should never go on message boards about anything. I don't care if it's the Incredible Hulk or surgery.
Well,
just don't.
You know what you should do?
Yeah.
But you're curious, you want to hear what other people's experiences are and what their recovery is, and
what happened?
And well, before the surgery, I went on a message board and somebody was asking the question, well, what fills in the hole where they take out what they take out? And
there's a hole there.
Well, the response was.
Well, now
the response was
the uterus is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And Gina's uterus weighed 43 pounds, which is
amazing.
It was the size of a medicine ball.
It was prize winning.
I'm a size 2 now because but they remove it, and the way the person in the message board explained it is, well, it's pictured just having a big bowl of spaghetti. And just taking a big scoop out of the bowl of spaghetti, it just kind of fills in where the hole is.
But that just takes a second.
Like spaghetti.
Kind of goopy.
You just watch the spaghetti fill in. It just takes a second.
Like biscotti.
So this is what I'm picturing my insides are like, a big bowl of
biscotti. Well, they're very much like that. Yeah. Surgeons train on spaghetti. Yeah, you didn't know that?
They do meatball.
They
do. Delicious marinara sauce.
They do. That's why there's so many fat doctors.
And then they all have lunch. Well, we've trained on the spaghetti. Let's eat it.
Yeah.
This is what I'm picturing when they're wheeling me into surgery.
And you know what they did with your uterus?
Lunch.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
There's lunch. Who brought the marinara?
And so also on the message board you look at what's recovery like for this.
Well, I'm sure it's different for everyone.
Exactly.
And
I'm sure it's speedy and efficient.
It's different for everyone, but the worst one will be
on the message
what
board.
Gina has.
Well, I mean, it can't be the worst because I'm back to work now.
There will be people. There have to be people on the message boards who say, "Oh, I was cleaning my house 3 days later."
Yeah, there's that.
Why I ran a marathon.
Right. and then there's it's been 3 months and I still feel like crap, and usually the truth is somewhere in between.
Can we use the term vaginal prolapse in any?
I don't know.
Is that do we need to use that term?
We shouldn't.
Somebody's posted it. I don't think we.
That's
should.
the thing that happens to the women that have 15 babies.
Oh.
And the uterus climbs out on its own.
That ain't no damn good.
That's what that is.
That's
So-
where that needs to be fixed.
But it's nice to be back. I missed you guys.
It's time to award Boner of the Day.
And the boner of the day is brought to you by pizza.
What kind of pizza?
With meat.
A meat pizza.
I'm not a big, my wife said, I'm going to order some pizza. What do you want? And I said, I'm not a big pizza eater, a fan of pizza. I just know that I like it if it has meat on it. A lot of meat.
So it was like a meat lovers of
something like that.
Meat variety meat pizza.
That's what it was. It was a variety. That was what it was called on the menu. Variety meat pizza.
And step into $400 with University Credit Union in 3 steps. Step to the nearest University Credit Union branch or go to ucreditu.com today to see how you qualify.
The boner candidate number 1 was Larry Elder, running for governor of California in the recall election, and he's an ass.
Oh, he's one of the worst.
He's terrible.
Yeah. He's a radio guy, so you can't trust him.
Yeah, don't vote for Caitlyn Jenner. Don't vote for him.
No, you want to. That's the problem.
What?
You have to vote no on the recall. You don't want to vote for a person. If you vote, that's where it's confusing.
It's confusing.
If you vote for a person in the recall, then that's you admitting that you want Gavin Newsom recalled, and you don't.
Well, what I mean,
right?
Then, but isn't the current situation then you just vote no or yes? Yes, I want to recall, or no, I don't.
There's 2 segments to the vote, to the ballot. The first one is, do you want to recall him? Yes or no.
Okay.
Now, if you vote no,
yeah,
but then you go to the second one and fill out, I'd like
the Caitlyn Jenner section.
Then
that goes to Caitlyn Jenner. It's very confusing.
So it's the number.
So what you do is you're supposed to just put no and then fold it up and send it back.
Fold it up and tell them where to shove it. And then that went up against number 2. I knew my kid had COVID. That's why I sent him to school, because I don't want him home. That one just wiped.
Really?
Yeah, it just cleaned up.
In these times.
Mhm.
Okay. There you go. That's boner of the day for today. What is today? The 19th, August 19, 2021. All day. That's your boner of the day for today. And it is now qualified to be boner of the week. Tomorrow, Dave the Flower Guy will come in here and just tell us who boner of the week is.
I need potatoes, man. I need some potatoes.
Why can't it be Labor Day weekend this weekend?
Because it's not.
That's right.
Because I would love a 3-day weekend this
Well,
weekend.
you'll get one next week.
Okay.
Why don't go home and have some potatoes?
I will.
I mean, go home and make up a skillet of red peppers and whole garlic cloves and potatoes.
That sounds good.
No, you won't get a 3-day weekend for 2 weeks.
Is it 2 weeks?
Mhm.
Labor Day?
Because next week is all 5 days, Gina.
So it'll have
The
to
week
go
after that
away.
is all 5 days. And then Labor Day is on the
Is
6th.
that far away?
Mhm.
Jeez.
Potato salad. You like potato salad?
Mm,
No?
Depends.
I like all kinds of potato salad. I like the traditional kind, with just the mayonnaise and there's or the kind of bacon and egg potato salad. That's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And I like German potato salad, which doesn't have any mayonnaise or anything.
is it mustard?
Yeah, I think, yeah. It's like
It's a
mustard,
mustard.
and it's a hot potato salad.
Mhm.
I like that. Potatoes are great. I mean, they really are.
I agree. I don't disagree.
I was watching a cooking competition show, and one of the judges said that your mashed potatoes
Mhm.
have too much butter in them.
How is that possible?
And that's what I said. I said, this judge
Cannot
clearly
have
does.
too much
Because
butter.
all the other judges were like, you're crazy.
Do you like a not so mashed potato?
Yeah,
like
I like it a little chunky. I like a little chunky.
I'll
mashed
take
potato.
it's the flavor that's, I like there's so many ways you can go with the mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
But the texture, I like it textured.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
But then
mind.
also a puree is fine
Yeah,
too if it's flavored right.
I don't
you know.
mind a really smooth, just
Mhm.
really. But my wife doesn't like that whipped, mashed potatoes.
Yeah, if it's a pureed potato, that's fine as long as the flavor is there.
Yeah. I gotta have potatoes.
And my husband mashes mashed potatoes. It is the potato masher. No mixer. No.
Oh, yeah.
Not that.
So you got some texture there.
Yeah.
And you're okay with that.
Does he
Okay.
leave some skin on
Mm-hmm.
the potato?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like
And
that.
you're good with
Oh,
it? That
yeah.
surprises me.
Yeah.
You seem like more of a picky eater than that.
No, not with potatoes.
I gotta have potatoes today. That's all there is to it. It's National Potato Day.
You have talked yourself into it.
Potato day.
Oh,
Day.
fingerlings.
Potato day. Day. Potato day.
Lemon
We got to
roasted
have a
fingerlings.
potato today.
That sounds good.
Mm.
Are you just going through
Yeah.
recipes?
Yes, I am. I'm looking at all
Looking
kinds
for
of
the potato recipe that is
Yeah.
going to light your fire today for
Right,
National
yeah.
Potato Day.
Duchess potatoes.
I've never heard of Duchess potato.
Duchess potatoes I've had. Now this is you would like these. You do a mashed potato, but real smooth.
Okay, yeah.
No chunks in it, and then you make them into little mounds.
Yeah.
And then you put them in the oven and bake them.
So they're.
Oh,
You put anything on them?
That's pretty good.
a lot of butter and yeah.
Okay.
I think there's butter in the. You mix butter in the mashed potatoes.
I'd like the name Duchess potatoes. Sounds fancy.
Duchess potatoes.
Well, I mean, we would be remiss if we didn't at least mention funeral potatoes.
Yeah.
Right?
Those are the Utah
course.
potatoes.
And there are many varieties of funeral potatoes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like fingerprints. There are so many different recipes.
Snowflakes.
The last time I went to a funeral, there were no funeral potatoes, and we were pretty upset about it.
I hope you
This
protest.
person's death was in vain.
My mother's funeral.
No funeral potatoes?
The Relief Society did not bring any funeral potatoes. And they said, well, we're just trying to do something different. I said, damn it, no.
This is the only thing I was looking forward to.
Potato pancakes. Potato pancakes. How about that? I like those.
I guess I haven't had a good one.
They're kind of
Oh.
dry.
Yeah.
No, if you do it right.
I guess I haven't had a
They're
good one.
great.
All right. Let's see. 9:45. We'll take a break and we'll crawl towards the exits after these.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Our elders are tracting their way across the cosmos, looking for prospective converts, when suddenly they find themselves aboard the last surviving battlestar, Galactica, where our elders are introduced to Commander Adama.
Quiet, Muffy. They don't look like Cylons.
Welcome. I'm Commander Adama.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Say, you look like that guy from Bonanza.
I am in command of this fleet, and we are searching for the lost tribe of humans and a shining planet called Earth.
What a coincidence! We're from Earth. Would this lost tribe you're looking for just happen to go by the name of Nephites?
No, I don't think so. What can you tell us of Earth?
Well, everybody there is pretty much like us.
Hey, Lehigh, why don't you show them the Saturday's Warrior holographic disc that your mom sent you?
Look, Muffy. They have more teeth than you do.
And you say this pretty well represents Earth?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Colonel Ty, turn the fleet around and set course for Cylon.
Father, you can't be serious.
Son, if we have to choose between genocide and a life with those Saturday's Warrior people, I'll take my chances with the Cylons.
So, I guess this means that you won't be joining our church then.
Apollo, Starbuck, show these two to a launch bay, and make sure they take that holodisc with them.
Oh, Felger Carb.
Elder Jensen, what's your language?
Fleeing the Lex Diazevedo tyranny, the last battlestar, Galactica, sets off for a shining planet called Cylon. Join us next time to hear Elder Jensen say,
Hey, do you think that kid knows that his dog is really just a monkey in an orange dog suit?
On the next brain-numbing episode of Space Elders!
$9.51.
Loaded fried mashed potatoes.
You're still. Someone's wondering if you've accepted a position on the potato council.
Well, I would.
Are you taking money from Big Potato?
I would. They wouldn't even have to give me money. Just give me a 10-pound bag of russets every month.
Not Yukon Golds. Not.
They have their place, but nothing matches the versatility and deliciousness of a russet. Really.
And you know how you grow a potato? You just cut up a potato
Yeah.
and put it in the ground, and you get you some more potatoes.
Isn't that amazing?
If you're Matt Damon, Matt Damon
Mars?
should be the king of National Potato Day because he grew potatoes with his own poop on Mars.
He's apparently great in this new movie that's
Stillwater?
Stillwater. He's apparently great in it, but it's gotten him some trouble. And
Some trouble?
yeah.
Why has it gotten him trouble?
All of that Amanda Knox stuff.
I heard her interviewed.
Yeah, I did too. She does. She sort of wanders around, doesn't she?
She's crazy.
Well,
is she?
I mean, I get that she.
She had a rough time.
Yeah.
A very rough
But she's also great.
She just kind of meanders a bit. It sounds, if you're listening to it but not listening close, you'll think, oh, this is an intelligent conversation.
But if you
And then
listen
if you
really
close, it's not.
She's crazy.
Yeah.
She's mad because this movie Stillwater, it's not really her story.
No.
It's sort of, somebody along the line said it's sort of similar to the Amanda Knox story. She was accused of murdering her roommate in Italy. Later found out it was this plumber guy that did it, and they let her out.
Out of prison. Yeah, she was in prison for a couple of years.
Yeah, it
until-
was horrible. I'm sure it was terrible.
Yeah.
But the Stillwater movie, well, it's in France for one thing.
Not Italy, yeah.
It's not Italy.
So that's can't be that.
And it's a different story. It's not like it's the Amanda Knox story and she's mad she's not getting money for
No,
it.
it's more the story about this guy who's her father.
Yeah,
who goes over there and then falls in love with
a local
woman who's helping him.
It's not. It's barely related to that.
But it's a chance for her to make some noise.
Yeah.
So, anyway, he's supposed to be really good in it. And I don't even know where you can see it. Probably in the movie show house.
Let me look.
Stillwater.
Let's see.
Now, back to potato.
Yeah, anytime.
I want you to go to your Google and search Roadside America King Spud.
Okay.
Because there's a place up in Blackfoot, Idaho. Because I only remember this because I remember I have a cloth patch that has a potato with arms and legs and a crown.
Is
And
there
says-
actually a big
And it
sketch?
says King Spud on the
King
patch.
Spud, an important symbol
Yes.
of potato primacy for Blackfoot, Idaho. He is a cartoon version of a potato with spindly arms and legs wearing a royal crown.
Yes.
When we first visited Blackfoot in 1992, the King Spud sign was one of our favorite sights approaching the town. Somebody writing this in roadside.
He's got a crown and he's holding a sign that says, hurry back.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's an order because he's a king.
Oh.
Yeah. Hurry back to Blackfoot. King Spud, the potato capital of the world.
Bill, you could make some potatoes and then you can rent Stillwater on your Amazon Prime.
There you go.
For $20.
What? Do I have to rent it? I am an Amazon Prime member.
No, that just being a Prime member allows you the opportunity to rent it.
Okay. Well, then to hell with that. I'll wait until I can get it free somewhere.
Matt Damon has kids to feed, Bill.
He's got a zoo. He's got all those animals to feed.
Why did he buy that suit?
Why? I don't know. These celebrities, man.
You'd think when he got back from Mars, he would do something better with his time than buy a zoo.
All them celebrities think they can do anything,
I know.
you know?
Oh, the Potato Museum.
Yeah.
Is that in Boise or Pocatello? Where is that?
Blackfoot.
All right, he's not going to be here tomorrow. I can tell.
He's going to be full.
I'm going to be in Blackfoot.
He's driving. He gets in his car and he's driving north.
Get me some taters. Potatoes are cheap too. You know, there are times of the years you can buy 10 pounds of potatoes for like $1.50.
Wow.
I mean, really.
He's not putting this on. He's really.
They're almost like weeds.
No, I
mean, they just grow. You know.
They're kind of not that great for you.
They're not good for you.
Yeah.
They're straight carbs. I mean,
that's right.
I mean, if you're just eating with nothing on them, you know,
they're okay. But yeah,
They
you
won't.
got to load them up with butter.
Yeah, that's the thing about a potato is you got to do something to them to make them taste good.
Yeah. All right.
All right, let's do the promo. Get out of here.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7:45, Jimmy Santangelo will be here. Have Another Drink with Jimmy, featuring Basil Hayden Dark Ride.
Ooh, yum.
Then at 8 a.m., you could win Offspring tickets thanks to the X96 Summer of Free Tickets giveaway.
And Dr. Angela Dunn joins us at 8:45 with her latest Salt Lake County update.
So, finish out the week on a high note with Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
I kind of stumbled there. Do you think people will think I'm drunk?
Yes.
Katie can chop it up a little.
Does she have a filter that can...
Do you have something that will take the drunk out?
There's an app. Is there an app? I think
Take the drunk out, will you please, Katie?
There's a setting on that recording device, I believe. All right, I think we got all business and everything, right? We all good?
I suppose.
Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
So you know who I am.
Katie can take the drunk out.
Right this way. I'm taking the drunk out.
Here.
Come on.
Come on.
All right. Corey is next.